Hello, hello. So, right away I want to say that we're on Lily's computer, which is the computer I built years ago when we first started the channel. So, I don't know if this is going to work, but we're trying. I'm guessing it should be okay because it's not that intensive of a game. Can you guys hear me? I'm guessing no. Oh yeah, you can? Okay, good. We're also not on the same microphone that we're usually on. We're on a Blue Yeti. We're on a Blue Yeti. So, basically this is another computer setup. Alright, so how is the sound of the hitting the copper right now compared to my voice? Is it really, really loud? Is it too quiet? Is it okay? We actually have our sound muted on our end, so, because I don't have a headset up here. So I just want to know how it is. ETA on God of War video should be in about a week. I'm giving myself a personal deadline of sooner than I'm going to say, but the public deadline that I'm giving is August 10th, I think. But I'm giving that's only in case something awful happens. Danganronpa took, I think 2 to 3 times longer than I thought it was going to take, so my bad there, sorry. But it should have, I thought it was going to be a 20-hour game, and it was a lot longer than that, so sorry about that. I shouldn't have started that as early as I did. Okay, so we are playing with chat, so if you have Factorio, you can join. The server name is The Meme Factory, and the password is all lowercase waffles. So I'm going to say this and type it out. Server name, The Meme Factory, password, waffles. So if you want to play, you can play. I'm not really going to be playing. I'm going to be answering the Patreon questions that Lily says. Say hi, Lily.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing. So yeah, people are going to be building a factory around me. I think it's a neat idea. I think I'll be walking around seeing what they do. I'll be modding some people. Promote Lucid Memer. There we go. I'll be promoting some people. Yeah, so there we go. Yeah, so let me get this on to Discord because it's working, and then we can get started.
Bacon or waffles? It would have to be bacon because we actually don't really eat waffles.
Pasito, pasito.
We just like the name.
Late stream. It's 4:30 a.m. in Europe. It's because we can't stream together, Lily and I, unless the kids are asleep. And the kids are asleep. Hopefully they stay asleep. So yeah, just starting. Yep, we're just starting. Password is waffles. All lowercase, obviously no quotation marks. Password is waffles.
Thanks, Penguin. It's
Hey,
good to be here.
Hey, Penguin.
Hey, Penguin.
Hey, Allie. Hey, Lily. Work harder. Mine faster. More. Faster. Faster. Build my factory. Build my factory. Biters on? Yeah. It's default map, default everything, and they'll attack. It's not on passive mode.
Hey, Con, we're okay. Kids went down with a little bit of difficulty, but hopefully they'll stay asleep.
Are you going to stream the new DLC of Hollow Knight? No. Well, not when it comes out, no. I will stream it eventually, I think, but not anytime soon. Hey, you used my idea. Was it your idea? Thank you very much for the idea. It's a very good idea. I like it a lot. I think I told you so too, didn't I? When you suggested it, it was a very good idea.
After reading the story of the move, it's great to see you guys back on track, and I hope everything goes well in the coming months. Thank you very much. It's good to be back on track.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's been a pretty pretty difficult time, but yeah. There's still some things that need to be done. I was outside being a strimmer instead of a streamer today, and then I realized very quickly I need to go get some safety goggles. The backyard's a jungle, and I couldn't do it. I didn't block chat, so I hope that's okay.
I've been reading Catch-22 since you mentioned it. Great book so far. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. I'm glad that you're liking it. Password is waffles, all lowercase waffles.
So, thank you to AbyssFox13, who resubscribed with Prime for 2 months. Thank you to Sleepy Fists, who used 20 bits. Thank you to Kazi Jarek, who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you to Texted, who resubscribed for 10 months and says, already 10 months, time flies, friends.
It really does. Thank you very much.
And thank you to Railstone, who used 100 bits and says, ever read any... It moved. Hold on.
Dostoevsky or...
Yes, Nabokov.
No, I haven't. That's actually a question in the Q&A. It's weird that you asked it. There's a question in the Q&A about that. No, I haven't.
Should, but yeah, I haven't either. And thank you to Mrs. Mardicus, who subscribed with Prime.
There are more books to read that can never be read.
I know, but those are like, you hear about those ones, you know, those are some of the classics.
There's more to be seen that can never be seen. More to do that can never be done.
Very wise.
It's from The Lion King.
You're very wise.
It's the circle of life.
You've read Hemingway. I've read something Hemingway to Hemingway.
I think we have, but I can't remember it. Sorry, Hemingway. Sorry, Hemingway. Let's see how people are doing. What's going on in my factory? Foreman's walking around. More to be streamed
than can ever be streamed.
Exactly.
More Weave games to play than can ever be played.
Okay. I'm not seeing any conveyor belts.
Password is waffles, all lowercase.
You might want to mute this, Joe. It might start getting annoying. It's muted for me, so if it gets muted in chat, please, if the chat wants me to mute it, let me know. But it's already muted for me.
I heard of a book called How to Talk About Books You Haven't Read, but I didn't read it.
It's a pretty good joke. There's a 100 player limit on here. I know it's higher than that usually, but I set it to 100 because I was afraid what would happen if we kept it unlimited, so it's set at 100. Thank you for putting me on a conveyor belt.
Sick Tricks Bro says, Joe, I had nothing to do tonight, so glad you're streaming right now. And hi, Lily, good to hear your voice too.
Hey, Sick
Good
Tricks
to see
Bro.
you too.
How's it going?
Annie's here, but he can't stay.
This is starting to look like the what was the game where everyone was a mouse and you had to get the cheese, and one of the mice, every game someone got to be the shaman mouse, and that had magical powers, and they could make transform mice. That's it. Yeah, I remember playing that. That was just chaos.
Thanks, Carlos. How is New Brunswick treating you? Pretty good.
We don't really go out much. Yeah.
We were downtown the other day. I really like the downtown area.
Yeah, the main street's really nice. It's really, really nice. Somebody's eventually going to pull the aliens and kill everyone. Maybe I should put them on passive. Sorry. I thought about doing that, but then I thought everyone would call me a casual for putting on passive. Is there a way to turn chat off? Interface.
Draco's here and he's drunk.
Uh-oh. Does anyone know if there's a way to turn chat off? Because I want people to be able to have chat, but I think I should have chat turned off. Ooh. Don't turn us off, we're famous. Okay, I'll leave it on. And okay, is there a way to turn it off? The password is waffles, lowercase waffles. WAFFLES, lowercase waffles.
Oh damn, I've actually caught one of these streams live. How are we all doing?
Is it experimental
Welcome.
or stable? I don't understand the question and I refuse to respond to it. It's probably stable. I didn't do anything else. I feel like there should be a way to turn chat off. And the moment someone says something bad, I'll turn it off. But until then, I'll let everyone have their chat.
Thank you to Snout, who used 20 bits and says... Oh, it's a bunch of symbols. Okay, never mind. Or emotes, I guess. Thank you to Dimmick97, who used 300 bits and says, I watched through your whole Dangan playthrough not long after I binged your stream videos, and I plan to play it myself, and I can say I don't regret watching you instead of playing it myself. I have got the second case in the sequel, and I can already say it is a hell of a lot better, so not to worry.
Is it? That's good. That's good. I'm committed. I'm committed to finishing. Don't worry about that.
And thank you to Lunar Homo Sapien, who resubscribed with Prime for 9 months and says, Ravioli, ravioli, give me the formioli.
Formuloli?
Formioli.
Thank you very much for the sub. Thank you. Oh, we've got the steam power. We've got the steam power. Okay, we're here. All right, what's everyone doing? Okay, what's going on with Aupen in the south? Something's going on down here.
Sovereign Snake, I do, but he doesn't. He actually can skip over things and then go back to them. I can't do that.
What?
How structured are your story writing habits? Do you tackle it chapter by chapter?
Oh.
I have to write in like linearly, but you don't, right? You've done that before.
I mostly
you sometimes go back.
I mostly write linearly, but I plan the whole thing, everything. Yeah. Huh. Okay, you guys have nothing going on down here. I'm suspicious of what's going on. I'm suspicious.
What did you do before you started making YouTube videos? We were self-publishing books on Amazon.
Yep. Before that, it was a bunch of odd jobs. Nothing really interesting. Someone started researching automation.
Hey Joe, what would you say are your favorite fantasy novels? Robin Hobb, right?
Robin Hobb, yeah. Robin Hobb. I like the Chronicles of Amber. It's pretty good. Robin Hobb is my favorite.
Oh, sorry, hold on. The breathing sound is Chloe. She's sleeping behind me.
Yeah, sorry. It's not Joe. It's a dog, yeah. Yeah. I'm quite a quiet breather. Robin Hobb's Farseer trilogy is my favorite. And then the next 3 books in that series are actually pretty good as well. The last 3 are not that great. IMO. But yeah. I really like Chronicles of Amber by Roger Zelazny. Some other Robin Hobb books are okay as well, but I'm not really into a lot of fantasy books despite writing some. A lot of them are kind of... I feel like Lord of the Rings is used as the template, and I don't like Lord of the Rings, so... it's not bad time for me. However, despite not liking Lord of the Rings, I did like The Hobbit a lot. So, yeah, I don't know. I should give Lord of the Rings another chance. I wonder what they're writing to the right there. Leon.
Do you think you'll ever write another book?
Why is The Hobbit better than Lord of the Rings?
Hopefully.
I don't think it is better. I just liked it better. It was more contained. I found it was more focused. I didn't even finish Lord of the Rings. I got to the end of Fellowship and said, I'm sorry, Tolkien, I'm out. There's only so many histories of hills that I can read before I'm sorry, I'm out. So yeah, I should give it another chance, but I really didn't like it. We're talking about I last time I tried to read Lord of the Rings, I think it was almost 15 years ago. So we're talking a long time. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, I know that may sound shitty of me, but I don't really like a lot of fantasy books, despite writing some fantasy myself. But I think that's a strength of the stories that I write, is that I don't write fantasy for it to be fantasy. You know, it's most of my stuff are just about characters, and that's just the setting. I don't know. Maybe that's bad of me. Joe would hate 1984. No, I liked 1984 a lot. I read 1984. I liked it. It's not my favorite book. It probably wouldn't even be in my top 20 or 50, but I liked it. I enjoyed it.
I enjoyed Dante. I read Dante in university.
Password is waffles, by the way, in case you want the password. Password is waffles. All lowercase waffles. What is who is making this over here? Whoa, someone has ambition.
Hey Felix. Favorite book of his is Catch-22 by Joseph Heller.
Holy smokes, who did this? What the hell? Ambition makes you look pretty.
You may have answered this before. Outside of video games and books, what are yours and Lily's favorite TV shows, adaptations if any, and what are you watching right now?
Our favorite TV shows? I'm not watching anything right now. I really want to start watching Community, because Community looked really, really funny. All of our time has really gone to The Move, and that's only really just settling now. It took a lot longer than I think it would typically, because of how far we moved and the kids and the dogs, and I had to fly back to where we lived before, and it was pretty bad. But yeah, I don't know. Most of our time is spent either like I'm doing channel work, and that includes streaming, or looking after the kids, and the only really time that we have to watch TV is after the kids go to sleep, and that's not because of the channel, that's because of being parents, right? And by that time rolls around, it's like usually Lila and I we just hang out, right?
Yeah,
like we just hang out and talk,
with tea and talk,
you know, or other stuff. Or we're too tired to I know it sounds stupid because TV is so passive, but we'd have to you have to commit to it, right? Like watching a movie or something. And the other thing is that we don't have a TV. So we have to sit around on the computer and watch it on there, and that's not the most ideal thing. But yeah, I don't know. I like to start watching Community. I really enjoyed the first season of Ozark on Netflix when it came out last year, and I'm looking forward to the second season that comes out at the end of August. In the past, we were really into Homeland.
I still want to finish that.
Yeah, we were really into Homeland, but we stopped watching it at the end of, let's not say why, but the end of season 3, right?
I think it was 3.
End of season 3, we stopped watching Homeland. Not because of any particular reason. Well, kind of, but we most of the stuff we watch is on Netflix, and it's really slow getting on the Netflix. I was watching Justified for a while. I watched the first season of Justified about a year and a half ago, and I really liked that show, and I want to get back to watching Justified. I thought that show was really good.
So many that we were watching though,
Yeah.
like the Americans and stuff that we
Americans
just
was
stopped.
pretty good. I was watching Hell on Wheels, and I was really enjoying Hell on Wheels.
I'm rewatching The Killing right now. I love that show.
Yeah, I like
The
TV.
first 2 seasons. The other ones,
I like TV shows more than I like movies, and I like movies, but I like TV shows more. I feel like TV shows you get to really dig in deep with the characters, and you learn a lot more about them, and you get to stick with them for this really long journey and everything. And I like TV shows more than movies, but movies is less of a commitment. You know, you sit down, you're done, unless it's Avengers, right? I can't even remember the last movie that I watched. Apart from, actually, that was it. The last movie I watched was The Last Jedi. So no wonder I don't want to watch any more movies, because I'm sick of movies now because it was so bad.
My favorite comedy is Friends, and my favorite drama is 6 Feet Under. So those are my 2 favorites, definitely. They asked what favorites we had.
Watch Cowboy Bebop. I feel like you'd actually like it. I probably would, yeah. You guys ever watched Faulty Towers? It's a British show. It's not ancient, but it's fairly old now. It has John Cleese in it from Monty Python, and there's a famous skit or a famous episode, I think. I've never seen it, but it's so famous I know about it. And he runs a hotel, and I think it's called the Faulty Towers. I think that's what it is. And he's British, and a bunch of Germans come to stay, and he's very awkward, and he's like, "Don't mention the war," and "Don't mention the war," and then he keeps bringing up the war, like it's just like I feel like "Don't mention the war" is turning into "Don't fucking mention Last Jedi" or on the internet. You're not allowed to mention it because it turns into this big fucking thing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, yeah. Do you wanna? Is there anyone else subbed or anything? I don't have a list.
Yeah, Tiger Dude Boy subscribed with Prime.
Thank you very much, Tiger Dude Boy.
And I'm gonna say this so wrong. Sursplexius.
Sursplexius.
That's it.
Yep.
Sorry. Has resubscribed for 8 months and says, "What is the biggest boner killer when it comes to a story that you've ever read, seen?"
Oh,
That's hard to narrow it down.
What do you mean? Like in general, or do you want something specific? In general, it's my pet peeve. It's when something breaks its own rules. I mean,
I got it right.
you can set something up and you can, audiences will go along with quite a lot, and then but then to make them believe and to suspend their disbelief and to go along with it, and then to just ruining that by not staying consistent, it just frustrates the hell out of me. That's my biggest pet peeve in general. But if you're talking about a specific moment where all of my interest just drained away, I don't know. Like most recently, it was we all saw it in Danganronpa. It was like, oh, okay. There was probably a moment in Lost where I realized that there was absolutely nothing going on, that they had no plan, that this was leading to nothing. I'm pretty sure there must have been a moment in Lost that caused that kind of, the Simpsons, the Ralph Wiggum thing. You can pause and pinpoint the exact moment that his heart broke, that sort of thing. I can tell you, there was a moment in The Last Jedi that killed Star Wars for me, and like I wasn't the biggest Star Wars fan ever, because I was speaking about this on Discord the other day. I had a friend that was really obnoxiously into Star Wars, and it was really irritating. That's not a good reason to hate on something, but it was really, 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 really irritating how much it was quoted and endlessly quoted and regurgitated and then just constantly. But I was, I don't speak to that person anymore. I haven't for years. So I was getting a little back into it. Like when I watched the prequels when I was a kid. Like I'm so old that I enjoyed The Phantom Menace when it came out because that's how old I am. When I watched that movie, I was so young that I could be like, oh, okay, you know. Are you guys doing some secret thing down here? I think the movie's trash now, but yeah. But there was a moment in The Last Jedi that has just completely killed that whole franchise for me. Like it's dead. It's Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I'm only watching it ironically from now on level for me now because, and if you, I don't want to say what it is, but I guess everyone's seen it by now, but I'm afraid to spoil it. But it's when a character sacrifices themselves in a very big flourish way. I think if you've seen the movie, you'll get it from that. That killed the whole franchise for me. It's dead, and now it's just I don't give a shit. I've checked out. It's just gonna be really, really fun from now on. I mean, on an ironic level, I can't wait for the next movie to come out because it's just. It's fucking catnip to me. It's gonna be so great. That's what I was telling on Discord the other day. I'm worried that I'm starting to enjoy bad things more than good things. I'm worried I'm starting to enjoy. Oh no. Someone triggered aliens. I'm worried that I'm starting to be that kind of a person where I enjoy really, really bad things instead of the good, and I think that's a really bad place to be, so maybe I should work on that. But I'm trying to think of anything else. I don't know. I don't think I can say without spoilers and being specific anyway, sorry. Yeah. Anybody else with the... And then we should start with the question.
Thank you to Harper Wall. Harper's here.
Thank you, Harper Wall.
Resubscribed for 8 months and says, why did the Scarecrow get an award?
Why?
Because he was outstanding in his field. I like it.
That's really good. That's good.
Thank you to a cat named OJ.
Thank you very much, a cat named OJ.
Who resubscribed for 10 months and says, a cat named Dodge, husband Joe.
Yeah, I usually say...
Did I say it wrong?
Usually I say his name.
Dodge?
I say a cat named Dodge, and then
OJ?
I say a cat named OJ. I say both. He's probably making fun of me. I don't know.
And thank you to Frosty Jesus, who gifted a sub to Soggy Taco.
Thank you, Frosty Jesus. Welcome, Soggy Taco.
I'm sorry for that. Not a good taco to be.
Not a good taco to have. Moist burrito. Can we see everyone on the map? Annoying alien. What's Drawless doing? Look at Drawless. What's he do? Oh wow, we can see. Oh whoa! I didn't know you could do that.
Do you know who Richard Knack is?
Yeah, I do. He wrote some of the World of Warcraft books, didn't he?
Did he have any influence on your dragon? Your dragon books?
Oh no, not even a little bit. I've never read anything that he's done. Cool.
That was a question, but I missed it, so I'm paraphrasing.
Damn, I can see what everyone's doing. I don't need to walk around. Dumb people this way.
Are you planning on finishing Moon Crash and or playing the Gungeon DLC on stream? That's been asked a few times.
Yes. Yep. Both. Yep.
Thank you to Con908, who just used 500 bits.
Thank you very much, Con908. Thank you. Drawless is drawing hentai.
Hey Dad, long time no watch. Have you seen Over the Garden Wall? If not, I highly recommend. It's only 10 episodes, 20 minutes each. Probably my favorite coming of age story.
Over the Garden Wall. Over the Garden Wall. Okay, if I hit enter and it's cartoons. Okay, it's not anime, so you get off, okay? You're okay. I would watch this. It's not. I was expecting anime, and I said cartoons to trigger the weems. The weebs. It's okay. All right. Has anyone watched the new Netflix cartoon, which the main guy kind of sounds like Rick from you guys might not have heard of this show. It's called Rick and Morty. It's about this crazy genius scientist and his grandson. They go on wacky adventures. You probably never heard of it, but he has a very distinctive voice. And the main character from this new show kind of sounds like Rick from Rick and Morty. Final Space. That's it. Final Space. Yeah, has anyone watched that? Is it any good? Because I saw the trailer and I was like, this looks okay. Maybe I'll watch that. Joe, have you seen Shrek the Halls? No, I haven't. I guess it's the Christmas special.
I think I've seen it.
You've seen
okay,
Shrek the Halls?
Not all of it, but I think one time we were watching it we were having dinner and I was looking for anything Finn would watch.
And you did Shrek the Halls?
Well, it was like a cartoon type thing, that I would prefer to watch over Paw Patrol, or another one of those kiddie. I think I've seen part of it.
Shrek the Halls.
I don't think we finished it.
6.5 out of 10 on IMDb.
I usually never see anything. Whenever someone says, "Have you seen this?" It's like, no, I haven't seen it. But
you've
Peppa
actually
Pig,
seen.
Yes, we watch Peppa. She's a little bitch.
You've actually.
She is.
She really is. She is. She's
so mean to George.
She's so mean to George. She's the worst. Peppa Pig.
He's been watching Paw Patrol a little bit now. That's the new one.
Why can't I spy on people now? Did someone leave? Oh, I can only see where people are. I thought whenever it was revealed, I could see it from then on. I thought I could be my own little Monokuma and spy on everyone. Okay, let's get started on Patreon questions, or else we're going to be here for 5 nights again.
No Caillou. We're not doing that.
No what?
No Caillou.
Caillou?
You remember Caillou?
No.
You wouldn't like it.
What's Caillou?
It was a kiddie show when we were young.
I don't remember Caillou.
That's okay. Okay, so Patreon questions. Blue Spark says,
"Hey, Blue Sparks." These are answered in the order that they came in on Patreon, by the way. So, if you are here because you anxiously want to see if your question is going to be answered tonight, and you were the last person to ask your question, chances are it's either going to be the very end of the night or it's going to be tomorrow night. So, yeah, they're answered in the order that they came in.
In one of your prior Q&As, you mentioned writing a novel being akin to self-imposed madness.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I remember.
I'm curious as to how you think said madness can affect a person, and if writing any of your novels actually changed your personality or worldview or anything similar. I'm also curious as to what your relationship is to your characters. I ask because I've spent the last 7 or so years focusing on one story, broken up into arcs, which I restarted from scratch numerous times until settling on a first-person, relatively stream-of-consciousness style. This meant I had to get a very solid grasp of my protagonist's character, since it wasn't just writing her actions and dialogue, it was delving into her mind and writing out exactly what her thoughts, or lack thereof, would be throughout. As time went on, some of my real-life behaviors started to mimic hers, and vice versa. She's incredibly important to me in many ways, but so far, for all my efforts, it's been nigh impossible to explain to other people what she means to me and who she is to me. I have a hard time imagining I'm alone in experiencing this, but it sure feels like it sometimes. Self-imposed madness is as best a descriptor I've come across.
Yeah, Okay. It sounds like she's important to you. Maybe it's a form of therapy. Maybe, like, I know it may sound a little unorthodox to call it therapy, but I could see that being therapeutic. Um, Sort of like an alternative to a space that might be taken up by some people from journal writing. You know what I mean? But I don't know your character and I don't know your process, so I don't know what I would how I would know for sure. Um, I can relate. I think I learned. I've learned quite a lot about myself from writing, not only by thinking of things that are outside of my comfort zone, but also every single character that you write is a part of you and represents a facet of yourself, no matter whether they are good, evil, fair, unfair, petty. It's unavoidable. It has to come from you, and you will always learn something about yourself while you're doing that, because you will learn how petty you can be, how your thought process can go. I think writers will always be born. That's not true. I don't think writers are born. I think writers are made, and any profession, any vocation. I don't believe there are callings. I believe that some people will be naturally better suited to different things depending on the cards that the hand that they were given. But in terms of the person that you are, I don't think that is decided at birth. I think that's decided probably so early on that you can't control a lot of it. But I don't think it's decided at birth. But I think that events will happen to you when you're young, or you will learn to do this as you write. But you will have a very, very overactive imagination. And sometimes it'll be a good thing, and sometimes it'll be a really, really bad thing. I tend to expect the worst, and quite vividly too. And Lily's the same, and Lily's a writer. And I remember one of the times that I realized that we were very compatible was when we were speaking. I don't know if she'll remember this, but it was a long time ago, and we were speaking, and she said something like, "Do you ever think that whenever you're in the shower, what would happen if you fell over, hit your head, and died right now? Like, do you ever think, how would they find you? When would they find you? What would like the whole thing, And I was like, yeah, like all the time, and it's that kind of line of thought. This kind of sequence of events, what would happen, not always bad but good too, like what would happen if you just died right now, what would happen if this, blah 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 blah. And you have to kind of get into a different mindset when you are writing, and it has to be authentic. So when you are writing a murder mystery, you kind of have to pretend to be a psychopath. You have to be,
and I do.
Yeah, you have to plan a murder. And I mean, I think most people have probably maybe had the thought. I don't know, I say most people and I say maybe, and I softened it because I don't want to be called out and being called crazy, but I do. I'll be brave. I think most people have probably had the thought, I would make a really good serial killer. And I don't know. I think most people have probably plotted out at least one murder in their life, and like, could I get away with it just for fun? But you definitely do as a writer. You have to. I've written serial killer characters, and you kind of have to.
It's not just even that though. It's more than that, because you have to plan out the murder, sure, and you have to find out how you want to tell it, which is just as important as the actual story. To me, it's how you tell it is equally as important. But you have to really get into the minds of your characters to know why they are killers, and what kind of person would they be to do something like that, and is that really true of their character? Would they do it like that, or would they do it another way?
Yeah.
Are they crazy enough basically to pull it off? They have to be crazy, so you have to be crazy too.
And I don't think it's possible to do something like that without learning something about yourself. I think it's the sign when you've maybe matured a little bit as a writer. Not to say that I am a mature writer. I'm not. I have a lot left to learn. There's an unlimited amount to learn anyway, but yeah, I have a lot left to learn, and I would say that most of my early stories are only okay, and the later ones are when they start getting good. But I would say that a sign of that you're maturing as a writer is that when you look at the decisions of a character and think, I fundamentally disagree with you on every single level right now, but I'm still writing it and it still makes sense. I would never do this, what you're about to do right now, but this is what you would do, and you are the character that I've made and written, and this is still what has to happen. Um, yeah, I don't know. I've learned that maybe I'm not really all that interesting through writing. Um, I learned that like I'm a bit of a hermit, and when it comes to characters, and I think what their motivations, what do they do for fun and everything, and I have to realize that I don't really do much things for fun that are all that interesting. I like to just I like to read. I like to watch TV and movies. I like to play my video games. I like to work. And that was a bit of a struggle to for characters to have things to have interests and hobbies that felt authentic. And I think maybe that's a flaw in some of the stories. I think there's some of my characters that are very similar in that regard.
There are pieces of me in every book in terms of plot,
Of course.
but there aren't that many pieces of me in my characters. I tend to write characters who are kind of opposite me to a point that I would actually like to be more like these characters. Even the crazy ones, even the ones who kill people, there's still something about them that is confident or very secure in themselves, or something to that. Even if they're a bit assholes sometimes and they banter with each other and stuff, but I like that. And those seem to be the characters that I get more attached to and I am happiest with. And they're the ones I miss when the book is over. Not the soft ones. It's the more hard characters that are a little bit unstable that I tend to miss. And at my low points, I've actually felt I could learn something from my characters. That I wished in a way that I was more like them. So I think some people write characters that are like them.
Yeah, but that's you.
Other people write characters that are not like them, and
That's
you
you
can still
discovering
have the
something
same,
through your books, then,
you
right?
still have the same effect.
You're learning because it's you're learning from your characters, but you're the one who's making the characters. So you're definitely learning something through the process of
And I
going
get
through it.
stronger with every book I write. Like the first novel I wrote, it was there a little bit. The second one, I really bonded with my characters. The third one, it took me 3 years to write because I wasn't bonding with her. And once I started to bond with her, then I was able to finish the book. Without that connection to her, I couldn't finish it. So he spoke about rewriting and going back and redoing it again and again and again. And I wouldn't doubt that probably every time he went back and redid it, he probably got stronger and stronger and a more connection to his protagonist, because he was starting from scratch and building her up again and again. It was like a reinvention almost, right, of her. So it's no wonder that he feels so connected to her, that he's been with her for so long. Like I've written how many books? He's been like, what, he said 7 years, right?
Who's Sparks?
Yeah, he's been with this character. So how many different characters?
Is he a he, or was it
I
not
don't know.
specified?
I wasn't specified. I shouldn't say he. I'm just saying they said they spent the last 7 or so years focusing on this one story. So, and this one protagonist. So
I think that the bigger period of self-imposed madness, though, for me, is the process of actually writing. It's similar to video work. It's mental juggling. It's very stressful. It's very difficult, but it's also, once you're done, you feel really accomplished. But juggling is probably the best way to do it. You have to keep so much in your head. If you've ever done difficult math. And of course, difficult is going to be different for every single person that there is. But if you've ever tried to do, a multiple stage difficult math problem in your head, it's sort of like doing that for hours, maybe even days, in extreme cases, even weeks. And that's sort of why it's important to foster conditions that you can get back into a flow state, and your flow state's really important. Programmers talk about it as well. The flow state, some of you might be in it with video games as well, especially a game like this. It's important to get back into the flow state so you can get back into moving through it, sort of almost on the same level as a machine rather than just a person going through that. I know that when I'm in the middle of that and I'm making a lot of progress and I'm losing myself completely to the work, an interruption is really, really frustrating. Yeah.
But it's really amazing when it happens, because you completely forget who you are, and I'll read something back and I'll say, wow, they don't sound like me at all, and they're not talking the way I would talk at all. They're not thinking the way I would think at all. And I don't really remember writing this. This just kind of came out over the last, 20 minutes, half an hour that I wrote this, and I don't remember it. And it kind of reads like something that I wouldn't even expect that I wrote. You know, that it seems like it's so detached from you, and yet you just wrote it, but you're not really aware that you wrote it. And those are the best scenes that I will ever write. Is when I don't even know that I wrote it. It just somehow just came out of me. So if there's any kind of madness or whatever, then I think being that cut off, from everything, and being able to do something like that to me makes sense.
Madness.
Insanity. It's really cool when it happens. It makes it really worth it.
I don't have anything else left to say. Do you?
No. I'm scrolling.
Thank you for the writing question. We get some writing questions, but not a lot. I like the writing questions.
Aiden D says,
Hey, Aiden D. How's it going?
at 27 minutes 11 seconds in your Hollow Knight critique,
I know what this is. Okay.
you stated, the game keeps descending lower and lower long after you expected it to be done. Just like another one of my favorite games that will remain nameless. Could you please say the name of that game?
No, I said it will remain nameless, and that's it. It's gonna remain nameless. Sorry, that's it. No, it's Dark Souls. Of course, it's Dark Souls. Dark Souls has you just keep going down, 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 down. I think most people don't expect to get lower into the world when you get to Blight Town. Like you go from like a city, and then you go into the lower part of the city. Then you go into this sewers. Then you go even out of the sewers into this other area, and by then you're like, what? And then you go all the way down that, which is really far. Then you get to the bottom of Blight Town, which is the swamp, and you look back up and you're like, whoa, what the hell? And then you go even lower than that, and then even after that, you still keep going lower. I'm pretty sure that if they could have, they would have found a way to go even lower than that. I remember reading an interview where Miyazaki said that that was intentional. Probably one of the few things in the game that is intentionally that well done. That he wanted that feeling and he nailed it. Yeah. So that's the game. I think he says in the interview that he wanted to name a part of the world. He wanted it to the area to literally be called the bottom of the world. Like you get to the bottom of the world, it flashes up on the screen. The area, a noise comes up, boom, the bottom of the world. And then he said after you get there's an area below that. That's how much he was committed to that idea. Yeah. So I think Dark Souls does it better than Hollow Knight. I hope when Hollow Knight does paid DLC that they add to the map instead of instead of making a different map. I hope that they add to it. You suck as a human being, to be honest. Okay, thank you. Password is waffles, all lowercase. Aiden D has more questions?
Mm-hmm.
Several questions, okay.
Summary, yes or no. I haven't seen you talk about action games such as DMC, Bayonetta, or The Wonderful 101. That's right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you played them? If so, what are your thoughts? If not, do you plan to?
They're all shit. Dark Souls is way better. Dark Souls is the best action game that has ever been made. All these other games are really bad, and Dark Souls is just the best one. There's never going to be anything better than Dark Souls. These games can never come anywhere close. That's what most people expect me to say. And that I've never played them. I have played them. I've played Devil May Cry 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've played very little Bayonetta. I played it when it came out on PC for about an hour. And I'm going to play it next week, I think, on stream. It was voted on stream. I have not played The Wonderful 101. Devil May Cry 1 is one of my favorite games of all time. I love Devil May Cry 1. I played it at release. I played all of them at release or very shortly after release. I think Devil May Cry 3 is probably the best game of the four. It's the one that I think has the most to it, and on one level it's the one that I enjoyed the most, but in every other way I enjoyed the first one more than the others. I would rank them 1, 3, 4, 2, with 3 and being replaced with 1 if I was being more, quote, objective, end quote, about it. It was so refreshing when the first game came out. I don't know if there had been something like it. Probably. Like, I hadn't played every game, like I was a teenager when DMC came out, and I remember reading about it on a news post on a webcomic called Mega Tokyo. I think the guy's name was Largo. I think it was Pyro and Largo, right? Back then, there were still the two of them. And Largo was writing about Devil May Cry and how it was supposed to be this Resident Evil game, and then it got turned into this other thing, and there's infinite ammo, and you have a sword, and it's crazy. And me and my friend were like, holy crap, this sounds great. And then it came out, and we got it, and we were like, oh wow, it was just great. It was just off the wall bananas. It was just like, it was simultaneously, really, really different, but also this really standard power fantasy for a teenage kid, right? At one point, Dante gets a whole great, like, claymore-sized sword stuck through his chest, and he just pulls himself through it. He doesn't pull it off him. He pulls himself through the sword. Like, the hilt goes through him and he's fine. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure that Devil May Cry is partly responsible for how many, bullshit Sonic the Hedgehog demon fanfic role-playing things that go on online. Like, it's just so out-fucking outrageous. But as a teenager, it was great. It was there's only one part that even back then really turned me off of the style and the story is when the Dante's waifu, fucking Trish or whatever her name is, it's revealed, like, and this is the one that you're supposed to, oh, she's the hot girl, you know what I mean, the whole game, and then you find out that she's visually a clone of his mom. Oh, she looks just like his mom. It's not like a biological clone, but looks just like his mom. And I was even then, that might have been the first, trademark patented Joseph Anderson. Really? I think that might have been the first one. Like, even back then, I went, really? Like yeah. But yeah, I love that game, man. I fucking love that game. I played that game a hell of a lot. Last time I played it was about 3 or 4 years ago, and I still think it holds up. I really do. I think it's still pretty good today. I don't know. I have to play it again. The trilogy just came out on PC, right? So I have to play it again. But I really like that game. I didn't get really heavy into it. I wasn't the most technical player, but I beat it on hard, I think. I don't know if I beat it on Dante Must Die. Probably not. But I think I beat it on hard. I don't remember it being difficult though, so I guess no. I don't think I did beat on Dante Must Die. I don't remember it being difficult, but I don't know. My memories are really bad. And the biggest challenge I was putting myself through back then was trying to beat Metal Gear Solid 2 on European Extreme. So maybe that's just dominating all the mental memories, the memory space that I have for hard games when I was a teenager. Yeah, I really like Devil May Cry 1. Yep. One of my favorite games. 2's dog shit. 3 is really good too. I remember getting really into 3 and a lot of the weapon switching and everything, and I remember being surprised by how good I felt I was getting at it, but I was very insulated. I wasn't speaking to anybody else. I wasn't going online. I wasn't comparing myself to anybody, so I was probably still horrendously bad at it, but I felt like I was getting into a real good rhythm with that game and really playing it well on a personal level, sort of like best amongst your friends at Smash Bros. kind of equivalent. And I really enjoyed 3. 4 was okay. Just 4 was 4 was kind of disappointing because the game loops. You do the first half and then you go back through the whole game again, back to the beginning, and that was kind of disappointing. And I didn't want to be whatever. I don't even remember his name. What's his name? Who's the main guy in Devil May Cry 4? Nero? Is it Nero? It's Dante, Virgil, and Nero, right? I don't want to be Nero. I don't want to be Raiden. I want to be Solid Snake. You know what I mean? I don't want to be Nero. The grab glove he had was pretty cool though. I will say that. But I don't want to be Nero. I want to be Dante. You know what I mean? So yeah, I haven't played DMC. But I'm pretty sure it must be better than Devil May Cry 2. Like, there's no fucking way it's worse than Devil May Cry 2. So I will play it eventually. Devil May Cry 5 didn't look that good to me, but a lot of people who love those games say it looks great. So I'm gonna like Turbo Button is really really looking forward to it, and I trust Turbo's judgment of the series more than my own. So I will defer to him, and I will be excited through him and expect it to be good. So I'm looking forward to playing it. Bayonetta, I think, is going to be fun, but I think I would prefer the style of Devil May Cry. But I'm willing to be pleasantly surprised by the second game because I hear the second game is better. And Wonderful 101 I've heard wonderful things about, so I'm willing to give that a shot too. But I think overall I preferred the combat system in Revengeance than any of those. But I have to go back and try it. I really like the switching in Revengeance of the spectacle fighting and then the close up sort of the slashing. I think that having 2 modes of gameplay really helps break things up. Yeah, God of War, the new God of War kind of taps into that. I mentioned this in the script. Kind of taps into that with having with having you can do the standard melee combat and then you can switch to axe throwing. It's nowhere near the level of Revengeance. Please don't take it that I'm saying it like that. But having the switch is important to me. Yeah. But I hope they're good. I hope I like them. That's it.
Could you list your 5 favorite bosses in video games?
Probably not. Probably not. Sorry. I don't do well with questions like that because I don't have a list already planned in my head. So I'm gonna have to go through the notary. Is that the right one? The notary in my head of every single game I've ever played, and I'd have to think. But I can tell you some of my favorites, but I don't think I can give you top 5. My favorite fight in World of Warcraft for rating, the boss fight in there was probably Lei Shen hard mode. It was in Mists of Pandaria in Throne of Thunder. That on it was Mythic at that point, wasn't it? That on Mythic was it was very difficult, but it was also very satisfying to beat. and the way that the hard mode works was very elegant, and it was very clever with how it made the fight harder. That's probably my favorite fight from World of Warcraft, although I do have fond memories of Onyxia back in vanilla because it was just the first raid boss that we properly killed. There are other good fights in World of Warcraft as well, but that's probably my favorite. In Dark Souls, people are going to disagree with me, but I think that Sin in the Sunken Crown DLC is the best dragon fight of any game ever, and I like dragons, and I like killing dragons. That's my favorite dragon fight, so it's probably going to be my favorite boss fight. Midir is close, but I think that you have more flexibility during the Sin fight, and I like the Sin fight better. Sorry. I don't know if that's my favorite fight overall in Dark Souls, in those games. I'd have to think really hard about what my favorite fight in Bloodborne is. Probably Ludwig. Is Ludwig better than Sin? I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I really like the fight against Lavos in Chrono Trigger, but that's because it's probably my favorite game. I really like Lavos a lot. I like how it goes back and shows you a lot of the other fights and how it's been building up to this big moment, and you've known who the main bad guy is for the whole thing. I really like Lavos a lot. I think that one of the most memorable bosses that I ever fought in all of games was the first flying Colossus in Shadow of the Colossus. It's so memorable that even though I think that the second flying Colossus is better in almost every single way, that I'm going to give it to the first flying one because it's just amazing. It was just really, 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 really good. That was one, I think that was maybe one of only a handful of times that when I was playing a game, I couldn't believe that I was playing it at the same time. That I was really had to be like, I can't believe this is in real time. I can't believe it functions. I can't believe this is actually a thing. Yeah. I really like that fight in Shadow of the Colossus. Probably shout out to Fury because I love Fury, and that's one of my favorite games as well. I'm probably going to give it to the Star because I like how the music plays and is incorporated into the fight in the Star. So that's not really a technical boss that I like a lot. There's probably better bosses in Fury than that one on a technical level, especially considering that you have like part of your moveset taken away for the Star. So it's not even that good compared to some of the other basic fights in that way. But I really like the Star, and I really like the presentation and how the music plays into it a lot. So I think I'd give it to the Star on that one. I'm trying to think of any other bosses that I really, really liked. My favorite boss in Neo was probably the first one in the DLC. I really liked that boss. That was a good boss. The Radiance was really good in Hollow Knight, especially with no nail upgrades. That was really good. The Radiance was really good. I don't think any boss in Gungeon is something that I would say, holy shit, this is... There's no boss in Gungeon that whenever I get, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, it's this boss. But there's no real boss apart from the Mind Flayer that I think when I get to it, oh, shit, it's this boss. I really don't like the Mind Flayer. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't think I would give it to any boss in Gungeon. They're decent. There's just nothing that's really like that's really like whoa, yeah. Someone is saying an Undertale boss, and I would agree with that, but I don't want to say it on stream because I don't want it to be spoiled. But yeah, I would agree with that. That one's up there. Yep. Definitely. I think that's all I can say. Sorry. I'm trying to think of any good bosses in the Devil May Cry series. I like the lava crab / scorpion guy. He was kind of fun. But I don't really know. I'd have to replay them again, I think, especially 3 and 4. I don't know. There's probably some bosses in the Metal Gear series that are really cool in certain ways. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think that's enough. Sorry that I can't give you a good answer.
How would you rank these games from your favorite to least favorite? Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, and Neo.
Okay. So, it's if we're talking base games, but if we're also including DLC, excuse me, it's really hard to for me to do this because I'm dying. It's really hard for me to do this because Dark Souls will always be my favorite no matter what. There's no Souls game that is ever going to overtake Dark Souls, unless From gets their head out of their collective ass and make an interconnected world, just like Dark Souls. But also it has to be quite a lot bigger and still not lose out on the boss quality. I don't think that's ever going to happen. So Dark Souls 1 is always going to be my favorite no matter what. Even though I think other games are going to be better, the first one is always going to have a special place for me because it was fucking just sublime, man. Like, sorry to bust out the S word, but yeah, it was sublime being able to just have that experience going. I know anything about the game, nothing about the game whatsoever, apart from some of the names of the bosses had been put out there, and I thought that the boss name sounded so cool that I wanted to play it. You know, like just having this big world to explore, and it's interconnected, and you get back to different areas and you fight bosses that you didn't even know were around there, and all these other, like, it was just so amazing. And I think the first one's always going to be up there. But if I'm gonna be, you know, a little more objective about it and try and take away my own bias of how strong it was, because that was just, you know, maybe just the first one that I played, I don't know, and especially if we add DLC, like, I think probably Dark Souls 3 is the strongest one of the Souls games. And I would probably put Bloodborne on the same level as Dark Souls 3. So it would be between Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne. And then it would probably go Dark Souls 1 and 2 together at the same level if you're including the DLC. If you're not including the DLC, then Dark Souls 2 is last. And then Demon Souls below those, because Demon Souls, while very, very good, I didn't enjoy it as much. I didn't like how it was separated into levels and you had to go through the stones and all the load times and how separate it all was. I just really didn't like that. It's still a good game and I still enjoyed my time with it, but it's my least favorite, definitely. Absolutely, definitely. But then the problem is that you also included Neo, right? Was Neo on there?
Neo was on there.
Neo's probably better than all of them. Neo has the level select problem as well, but the load times aren't as bad. At least I don't think they are. But I played on PC for the most part, so it wasn't that bad. Maybe it is on PlayStation 4, so who knows about that. I did play some of it on PlayStation 4. Neo has a much better combat system. The level design isn't as bad as a lot of people say, but it's still not as creative. But Neo's strengths are so different than, say, Dark Souls 1 that it's almost not fair to compare them. You know, Dark Souls has its world and the experience of exploring it, and a very kind of shallow combat system compared to Neo. On the player's end of things, like I went into detail in the Odyssey video. I don't know. I feel like it's not really fair to compare the two. But if I had to, and I had to look at it and say which one did I have the most enjoyable time with, you know, Neo might be better than all of them. You know, I think it would be. If I can be more, you know, my own personal experience, and I can let my bias come through, then I would probably put, you know, Neo, then Dark Souls 1, and then the remaining ones kind of in the same area. You know, like they're all pretty close apart from Demon Souls. I really like those games. Bloodborne has such great atmosphere. You know, they all do something better than the other one does. You know, like, isn't that your favorite game for
My
for
favorite
visuals?
game to watch is Bloodborne. It's just so beautiful to watch.
Uh oh.
But that's all I base it off of is the visuals. Playing them might be very different.
Neo 2, I have high hopes for, but I have a feeling that it's probably going to be disappointing. They really need to up the enemy variety, and they need to be more creative with their bosses. And they don't necessarily have to get away with the level select. Like, I mean, the level select is interesting, and it can be good. It could have been good in Demon's Souls as well if it wasn't for the really, really long load times and how separate everything was. Like, it's a lot faster to move around in Neo, I think, than it is in Demon's Souls for getting to a level. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that. Demon's Souls is the one I've played the least, but yeah. I just hope that Neo 2 really focuses on fixing the problems that Neo 1 has, and I hope Sekiro is different enough from Souls that it's refreshing, because it looks like it's following something of the same formula, even though it's not going to be another kind of Souls-like game, but it does look similar enough that I think there's going to be you're going to be able to feel it. I don't know. We'll see.
Quick yes or no.
Okay.
Are you going to make an Undertale video?
That's spoilers, man. Probably.
Are you going to make a Nier Automata video?
Yes.
Are you going to make a Chrono Trigger video? You have stated that it is your favorite video game.
Probably.
If Octopath Traveler warrants it, would you make a video on it?
If anything warranted, I'd make a video on it. So let me answer a different question. Do I want to make a video on Octopath Traveler? No, but I haven't played it yet. I'll probably play it on stream at some point, and then we'll see. But I'm booked after God of War's done, and we move on to finishing up a bunch of other projects. It's Witcher time, and after that, I don't know if we're gonna go back and go to games that we've missed in this dark moving period. But I'll never say never for a game like that. There are some games I will say no to, like that's never gonna get it. I'm never gonna get a video. I am never gonna make a video on Gran Turismo. I'm never gonna make a video on FIFA. You know, like there are games and series I can say definitely. But yeah.
Side note. As someone who doesn't have the time to watch much YouTube, I pretty much only watch you along with a handful of others. I just wanted to state
I'm sorry.
The extra effort that you place into your content is admirable. Thanks for the good times and cheers to many more.
Well, thank you for the compliment. I know it may not seem like that right now that I put a lot of work into the videos because we're so behind schedule with God of War, but like I mean I played that game so much in preparation. There's so much writing that's been done. I read a book for it too. You know, like I do try to put as much work as I possibly can within reason into the videos. I am sorry that they take so long, but thank you.
So this, hold on. They wanted to show you last stream, but they forgot to share it. So that's your fan art. It's something to do with your IQ.
Okay.
Joe's IQ during Danganronpa.
11,037 IQ. Or QI Leon.
Mm.
Was that all the questions
That's all,
from?
yeah.
Okay, so did we get any subs or
I'm
bits
on
or
it.
anything? Or okay, all right. If we didn't, that's fine. I just
Yeah, we
wanted.
did.
Okay.
I wanted to show you that though because I had it open all that time.
Someone in chat is asking Danganronpa video when. Sprinkler Gate will get its own video soon. Don't worry. Unless chat finally shuts up about it, there'll be a Sprinkler Gate video a little after God of War. But an actual proper video on Danganronpa isn't out of the question.
Thank you to Panda Barrel, who resubscribed with Prime for 3 months and says, hey, 3 months.
Thank you, Panda Barrel.
Thank you to Cantiash, who subscribed with Prime.
Cantiash, thank you very much.
Thank you to Rainless, who resubscribed for 4 months and says, I am back, Melades.
Rainless, you're back. Melades. Thanks. I love Melades so much.
Someone's asked a few times, has a game ever made you cry?
No. Do you guys want my embarrassing almost cried story? I teared up a little. At the end of Metal Gear Solid 4. I teared up a little. Just a little. But I didn't cry. A game has never made me cry. Do. Anything else?
I cried a little at the end of getting over it.
Did you?
Tears of joy.
It was finally over. Lily was with me when I was playing Metal Gear Solid 4, and there's a part at the end where Snake is going through. He's trying to get to the center of a big factory / machine Metal Gear thing. He's going through a tunnel, and as it's going through the tunnel, you have to like hit the button to make him crawl. It's like a QT, but you keep hitting the button to make him move forward, and it's showing different scenes of the different battles that are going on at the same time and everything else. And there was a there's a part where he gets to a door, and I think Otacon pops up and goes, Snake, you can't go in there. That hallway is full of microwaves. And Lily and I looked at each other, and we were kind of like Scooby-Doo, kind of like because we were like simultaneously psychic linked, realized that we both were imagining like a microwave, like microwaves, like over the range, like bing, like the hallway is just full of like the walls are just covered in microwaves, and we were like, what? Why is that bad? And then it opened up, and he starts getting cooked, and like, oh. Shit. Yeah. So that's our we're as dumb as each other sometimes.
Yeah, that's why we're together.
That story's over the range, isn't it?
It really
over the
is.
range. There's no spoiler room. I closed the spoiler room. I didn't delete it. I closed it. I could probably make it so you could still go in and read it, but you just can't post in it. I'll probably change that later. I didn't delete it though. It's just you can't view it at the moment. The spoiler room will only be open for games that warrant it. And it has to really warrant it too. We don't want to split chatters and split the audience. No Factorio spoiler room. What the fuck? I know, right? I know.
Thank you to Mahalo Goldstein, maybe, or Mahalo Goldstein, who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Prime Time.
And thank you to Lemaniac, who used 10 bits and says, "Hi Lily and Joe, here have these ad bits."
Thank you very much, Lemaniac. Thank you. Is there another any more Patreon questions? Or the next set?
There's the next set. Yeah, there's lots.
Yeah, we have a lot of Patreon questions. We're probably gonna have to do this over 2 or 3 nights, because this is June and July combined. Buy Yakuza 0 on PC, August. Leon 5th. Okay. No, this is okay. Look, we have terms. Okay, we have terms. The terms are: I'll play Spider-Man when it comes out. We'll stream Spider-Man, and we'll also look at reviews for Spider-Man. If Spider-Man is good, doesn't have to be great. If Spider-Man is good, I'll stream Yakuza 0 at some point whenever we have a free slot for Yakuza 0. Okay. That's how it's gonna go. Look. See. Now you're gonna die. Now you're gonna die. No. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Calculated. Yeah. So that's how it's gonna be. That's how it's gonna be. Okay.
How many daily anime girls do I need to send before you like them?
I
just make them look like regular girls.
I don't know. Maybe a couple hundred. Just keep sending them. And see. Did you see the ones he sent? Here. Where are they? There's the first one. Too cutesy, right? Too cutesy. Second one's way better, right?
Yeah.
Way better.
I like her hair.
Kind of Kyoko-y.
Very purple hair for anyone who can't see.
Cute. You might have to post these in chat. People are going to demand to see them. Kind of Kyoko-y. Yeah. What's the password?
We don't like cutesy girls. We want a little bit slutty.
The password is waffles, yeah.
Not too slutty, but a little bit slutty.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Oh, come on. You even said she was too cutesy.
Okay.
Let's go. Not trashy, just a little slutty.
Let's go Patreon.
Carlos S says, "Hey Joe, first of all, thank you so much for answering my question last month. It was my first time asking, and I really enjoyed what you answered and how it made me think a lot about what you said. This time, I'll try to ask shorter stuff."
Okay.
What would you like Nintendo to do on the next Zelda game? Also, would you ever do a video on Majora's Mask? It is my favorite Zelda game and probably my favorite game of all time, and I'd love to see you go in depth about it.
I would like to do a video on Majora's Mask, but if I'm doing a video on Majora's Mask, I kind of feel like I would have to play a lot of the other Zeldas, for just, if I'm going that far back in time, I might as well always, I might as well do that. And that's a big project, and a lot of other people have already done Zelda, Matthew Matosis, King K, Game Maker's Toolkit. There's probably others too that I don't know about or I've forgotten. I haven't really looked at anyone else's game analysis channel in months because I've been too busy moving and too busy, trying to catch up. The only videos I've watched from anyone else in this time have been Nova Canoes and Mandalores. I couldn't tell you why. It just ended up being that way. So that's how behind I am. So yeah, I don't know if I would want to do that. I think there are other games and other series that could benefit from a video like the ones that I make, rather than another video on Majora's Mask. However, Majora's Mask is also my favorite Zelda, and it is one of my favorite games of all time. And I love the mechanic, the central system in Majora's Mask so much that if I made video games, one of them would probably have a similar system as Majora's Mask. That's how much I like it. So I think that maybe looking at it, analyzing it and making a video would probably be very beneficial for me, but I can't promise anything, and I don't know when, if ever, it would happen. As for Breath of the Wild or the next Zelda game, I'm sorry to give you such a short answer, but they just need to make Breath of the Wild again with actual dungeons. That's all I want. Is Breath of the Wild again with actual dungeons. Make the dungeons have items that expand your options. Make those options relevant in the world while you're exploring. They kind of did it a little bit, and I wish I had gone into detail on that a little bit more in the video, because they did do a little bit with the special powers that you get from the heroes or whatever they are, the pilots of the mechs. They kind of hinted at that a little bit, so I think that maybe the potential's there for them to do it more. I would like to have an expanded combat system that isn't bound to the problems of Breath of the Wild, but that would just be gravy on top of just having, Breath of the Wild's world exploration with dungeons / interesting things like dungeons to find in the world. That's all they need to do. I would accept them just reusing the same map and just tweaking it, sort of like, when Cataclysm happened in World of Warcraft and they just changed the map in those ways. They can just use the same map and just rearrange some things and show some great calamity happened, and and things are different obviously, but it's just a tweaked version of that map. Maybe make it a little bigger in certain areas, make it a little more denser in other areas, and just add dungeons, and I will be happy as a clam. That's all they need to do for me to love the next game. What's Donut Sandwich doing? Donut Sandwich is, I don't know, I think jerking it in the woods. What do you think? He's here.
What else could he be doing?
He's here by himself. What?
On one of your videos critiquing the Tomb Raider games, you say that gameplay is king, but also that story is queen, and that her throne sits right next to his. Could you elaborate on that and mention some games that you think did a good job at balancing gameplay and story and are examples to be followed?
I like that line. I think it's cheesy, but I still like it. Some lines are cheesy and they can still be okay. Would you agree with that, Lily?
Yeah.
Sometimes cheesy lines are alright. It is a bit cheesy though, but I'm fond of it. Nope, I couldn't, because games are shit and none of them do it right. No, Undertale does, but Undertale is a special case. So there's basically two ways to looking at it. There's a game that has a really, really good story, but also really, really good gameplay. That is very, 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 very rare. Usually one is really great and one is shit. I think you'll find more to talk about if you are looking at it with The Last of Us. The Last of Us has, I think, a great story. It's not the best story, but it's at least good. It's a good story. It's presented really, really well. It has a lot of attention to it, and it's very well made. And I think the gameplay in The Last of Us is also not terrible. It's not great. It's just about good. But I think that's a good example of kind of like a baseline example, a good example of baseline kind of good and good. You know what I mean? Good and good. Uncharted 4 is probably around there as well. But yeah. But the other level, the other way of looking at that is that story and gameplay are like a king and queen married, and not only are they both good or both great, they also influence each other. So there's a really, 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 really fantastic moment in Uncharted 4 that I'm going to spoil. So if you have not played Uncharted 4, I speak about it in the video, so if you've watched the video, you know about it already. I think it is a very, 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 very powerful moment, and I like it a lot. So there's your spoiler warning. There's a moment in Uncharted 4 where you go through, and I would say it's close to objectively thrilling. It is a very, very good part of the game where you're chasing the convoy. It is one of the best action scenes in all of video games. It is incredibly well made. It is fun to go through. It's not, excellently fun. Like there are other games that are a lot more fun if you're looking for something that's more technical. But in terms of the visual flourish that is matching the thing that you actually are in control of, it's not a QuickTime event. You are in control of it in a way that makes a lot more sense than just bullshit QuickTime events. You are having a good time if you are playing this game up until this point. Like, I think you would have probably put it down if you weren't on board with what it's doing. And it is very, very strong and very, 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 very good. And it is the part of the game that finally gets to living up to the other 3 games that came before it. And you are right there with the character, and you're like, fuck yes, finally, here we go. And then the next scene is a story scene that just basically punches you in the gut and makes you feel like a piece of shit for having so much fun. And I think that games are at their best when they do stuff like that. And Undertale is pretty much that, the whole thing. That like almost all of it is like that, and that's why I love Undertale so much. I would probably struggle to think of any other game that comes close to doing it as often and as well as Undertale. Yeah. There are some, and I think I've probably spoken about them in videos, but I'm having trouble thinking of them right now. But I feel like I thought of one as I was talking about that, and then it went away. Maybe someone in chat knows. I think it is a where games are lacking, though, that most of the time it's the game making you feel kind of bad for the gameplay part. It's a lot more rare for a game to make you feel good about the gameplay part, I think. But yeah, this sort of thing is so rare that games don't. I'm pretty sure a lot of developers don't even have a plan for how they do it, and it's just, oh, that happened, okay, cool, that's fun. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, that's what I want more out of games. That's what I want. I want it to be that them to complement each other quite a lot more and more. Let me go look at my videos and let me think if that triggers one, because I want to give a better answer than this. Oh, there's one in God of War. I can't say it. I'm sorry, but there's one in God of War. It's the best moment in God of War. If you've played it, you know what it is. Yeah, it's the best moment in God of War. It's why Fallout 4 is so aggravating, because Fallout 4 could have had that, and it doesn't. It's so frustrating. Odyssey does it too. Whenever you jump off a high pit and Mario dies, because it's matching how you feel while playing the game, you also want to jump off a pit and die. So Odyssey does it as well. There has to be something else here. Maybe it's just God of War that I was thinking of. It's really rare. Most games don't do it. They really don't. And that's a shame. I want to see more of it. Yeah, I can't think of another one. Sorry. Oh, T-Rex Runner, of course. T-Rex Runner is the best example of story and gameplay being married.
That much is better than
that. Definitely. Yeah, sorry, I can't say I can't go into detail on God of War, but you can see it, in the video soon. Yeah. I'll be speaking about it in depth in the video, so that can be an extension of the answer. But yeah, God of War has one of the strongest ones, actually. Yeah.
Do you still get excited about the perspective of a new generation of consoles approaching us? I am personally very curious about it and hope the next consoles give us higher frame rates instead of focusing on the whole resolution thing that has been so talked about during this current generation.
Not really, because I'm so much of a PC guy now that it doesn't really affect me that much. But at the same time, this is going to be the first console generation that I will have to buy at launch. You know what I mean? I've never had to do that before. I said it in a previous Q&A. The first console that I ever bought at launch myself. When I was a kid, my parents got me an N64 at launch. They might have gotten me Super Nintendo at launch too, but I don't think so. I think it was a little after that. I can't remember. But those are the only ones I got at launch. And after that, when I grew up, I couldn't get anything at launch because I couldn't afford it myself, and I couldn't justify it either. Please do not take that as me saying, why did my parents buy me more things at launch? I'm very grateful and surprised I even got what I got. Like, I'm not saying that to like, whoa, fuck my mom and dad. I'm saying that as this is just how it was. So the Switch was the first console that I ever bought myself at launch. And it was very surreal that it was for work. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'll have to get the other ones at launch too, to stay current with things and to do videos and everything. I think that it's probably going to be Sony not announcing any new games. I mean, I was live tweeting E3, and there was some guy on Twitter that kept adding me, and he was like, I keep telling you Sony's not announcing anything new at their show, and I didn't believe him. I thought that there would be some surprise, and I was half right, because they did announce new games. They just weren't exclusives. You know what I mean? Like Neo 2 got announced. There was something else as well. So yeah. But the fact that they didn't announce anything makes me think that they are just gearing up for PlayStation 5 for next year. I'd have to look at how long the PlayStation 4 has been out for compared to previous console cycles. I know that the PS3 and 360 ones were abnormally long, and they don't want to do that again. But I don't know if we're still due compared to PlayStation 2 to PlayStation 3 and so on and so forth. So I don't know. That leads me to think that it might be happening next year because of what happened at E3 this year. I mean, it would be a really cool switch up if PlayStation if they didn't announce anything because they're gearing up for PlayStation 5, and just imagine this, chat. Imagine a console actually launching with more than one game that everyone wants to play. Holy shit! Like Neil deGrasse Tyson gif of him being in the chair shaking, like, whoa, like, oh my god, more than one game is coming out for the console. You know what I mean? Like that would be fucking great if they were just trying to do that. But that's probably hoping for too much. Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to see on some level to see if there is ever going to be such an appreciable jump that I look at something and I think, oh wow, that's really cool. That's a huge advancement. Holy fuck, because that's what it was like when I was a kid. Seeing Super Nintendo to N64, from N64 to GameCube, and then not really GameCube to Wii, but PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, those were big deals, you know what I mean? And now it's like, whatever, you know what I mean? It's not really that impressive anymore. Basically, after Crisis, nothing has really impressed me on that same level as when I was a kid. There have been things that have made me go, oh wow, that's really pretty, and oh wow, that's really impressive, but nothing since Crisis has ever made my proverbial jaw hit the floor. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I don't know. Whatever. It's. I feel like it's too soon though. I feel like the PlayStation 4 doesn't have as many good games. As it should at this stage. shot through the heart and you're to blame. I don't care about Xbox. I just don't give a shit. The moment they said they're not going to have exclusives anymore and it's just going to whatever comes out is also going to be on PC, I was like, okay, that's fine. That console still has some worth because other people who don't want to bother with the gaming PC will still have something that they can get and play those games. But for me, it's like, yeah, okay, whatever. It doesn't matter anymore. And even then, I don't really care that much about Halo, so there's not much for me on Xbox. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
After watching an older Q&A, I stopped and listened to Porcupine Tree's Arriving Somewhere But Not Here and loved that song. I don't know the band very well, so I'd like to ask if you could recommend me one of their albums so I can try more of their stuff.
That's my favorite song. That's my favorite song, probably, period. The only song that could come close to it is Holding On To You by 21 Pilots, and they're both quite different. That's my favorite song, period. That's me being quite honest right now saying that. Usually when people ask me what my favorite song is, I just tell them Bohemian Rhapsody, so they just don't call me a little fucking hipster. But yeah, that's my actual real favorite song. I don't listen to it much lately because I don't really have time to listen to music at all lately. But yeah, Arriving Somewhere But Not Here by Porcupine Tree is my favorite song. I don't know. I have this I have this bad habit of getting into bands, and then they get picked up by a large group of people that become really pretentious pricks about them, and then I feel kind of embarrassed that I like them. It happened with Tool. It happened with Porcupine Tree. It happened with 21 Pilots now too, and I feel kind of like, oh shit, I shouldn't like them anymore. But fuck you guys. I get to like what I like. You know what? Fuck you guys. I still like the music. Fuck you guys. Although the new 21 Pilots songs aren't that great. Yeah, I don't know. Album that album, Dead Wing. Dead Wing's a good album. Fuck, what's the other album called? Yeah, Dead Wing is a pretty good album. Oh no, that isn't Dead Wing, is it? That's in absentia. That's not Dead Wing. Let's see. Actually, both of those are really good. The Incident. That's a little. I don't know. If you like the other ones, go for the Incident. But I like the Incident. But yeah. But if that was the first album of theirs that I heard, I probably wouldn't like it, if that makes sense. No, it is Dead Wing. I'm right. I was right the first time. It is Dead Wing. It is on Dead Wing. Arriving Somewhere Here is on Dead Wing, yeah. Dead Wing is good. Shallow is good. Lazarus is okay. Halo is okay. Arriving Somewhere But Not Here is really good. Mellotron Scratch is okay. Open Car is pretty good. And there's a bunch of other songs that are kind of on special editions or anything. That's a pretty decent album. I would listen to Dead Wing. And In Absentia is pretty good as well. I think In Absentia is about there's a story in some of the albums, and I think the story in Absentia is about the life and death of a serial killer. I think so. I don't know. I think not all the songs are like that. Like the Sound of Music or the Sound of Muzak is not about that story, but the creator has a master tape, and Heart Attack and a Lay-By definitely. I need to listen to all these songs again. It's been so long. Strip the Soul as well. It's been so long since I've listened to a lot of these songs. They're really good. Blackest Eyes is pretty good. Trains is really good. You like Trains? You remember Trains?
I don't remember.
All the Summers are slipping away.
I have to listen to it again. I don't remember.
It's pretty good. I really like Hate Song too. I don't know what album that's on. This is Hate Songs. I think chorus is. This is a hate song. Just for you. When you hear it, I hope you want to sue. I think that's what it is. Hate Song's pretty good. I really like Porcupine Tree. I don't really like his solo stuff, so that's a shame for me. The lead singer from Porcupine Tree. Wow, people in chat know this band.
Mm-hmm.
They're right here with me. God damn. These are my people, man. These are my people.
Do you have any movie directors that you really like, or do you not care about it that much?
Just Tarantino. That's it. You know, like if Tarantino makes a movie, then I am more interested than I am in most other directors, which means I am vaguely interested. I don't really follow directors that much. I don't really care. For a little while, I was into. I wanted to follow the guy that made Moon because that seemed quite promising, but then that kind of went sour. Or the guy that made District 9, again, that kind of went sour a little bit too. Like they're not bad, but it's kind of like, oh, I was expecting a little bit more. Christopher Nolan's okay, but his movies have really big problems in terms of plot that really, really bug me. The whole Interstellar is fucking stupid. It's so dumb. It's so goddamn stupid. Oh man. If getting to space would solve their problems and just of growing food, then just make fucking greenhouses. What the fuck? There's so many problems in Interstellar, but mostly his movies are worth it. I haven't seen Dunkirk yet, but yeah, I still enjoyed Interstellar. There were some really good scenes in Interstellar, but yeah. I don't think there's any directors that I really follow, but Tarantino is the only director that I haven't seen all of his movies, but there's never been a movie that I've watched by Tarantino that I haven't liked a lot. I think the one that I liked the least was probably Kill Bill Part 2. But we're not allowed to like him anymore, right? Because he did something bad. I'm not even being patronizing. Didn't he do something bad and we're not allowed to like him anymore? I thought that didn't he
said something. I
didn't he get spaceyed? I don't know.
Something.
I can't keep track of it. I can't keep track of how many people have got spaceyed now. Or maybe we should just make it spaced. I don't know. I don't even know what he did. I just remember reading something and he got spacey, didn't he? I fucking loved Kevin Spacey, man. Like he was one of my favorite actors. And now it's like, oh man, I don't think I could even watch any of his movies now, and that really pisses me off because I really like Spacey as an actor. I like some of his movies too. I really like The Ref. I thought The Ref was a great movie, and I wanted to watch that again because it's been so long since I watched it, and now I can't because he's a fucking rapist creep. One Night at the Cringe Cafe releasing Halloween 2018. Get hyped, Joe. You're playing that shit. Lucid. Oh shit. One Night at the Cringe Cafe. Oh shit. Tarantino went to bat for Roman Polanski in an interview once. I don't understand. I don't like even Natalie Portman has gone to bat for him, right? I don't understand. Didn't Roman Polanski literally and I do mean literally, and I'm sorry to be really really blunt about this. Didn't he literally fuck a 13-year-old girl in the ass? Raped her? Didn't he do that? Maybe she was 15 and I make it even worse. Hasn't he even admitted? It's not even that they debate whether he did it or not. It's just that what the fuck? I whatever, let's not get into it. Let's move on.
As you and Lily might already know, because I've mentioned it in chat some time ago, I'm Brazilian and I had a Canadian teacher that taught me English for 2 years, which I find funny since you guys live in Canada.
Hey?
My question, however, is this. Do you and Lily have any English words that you really like? For me, I like the word clutch because it's funny to pronounce.
Let's answer that part first because I know there's another part coming out. I like the word oblivious. I like saying it. I like saying oblivious. and because I'm British, I'm allowed to say this word, and it's one of my favorite words. But it's not favorite word because of what it means. It's just it's really strong to say. I really like the word cunt. I really think it's a really strong word. But you're not allowed to say it over here. Like I think that's a really really good word. Oblivious is really good. Any word that kind of sounds like it is, like, I think crunchy kind of sounds like what it is. Crisp, you know what I mean? Like those words that sound like they are. Yeah. One of my favorite words lately is brainlet. I really like brainlet. But yeah. What about you, Lily?
Ostentatious.
Ostentatious is a pretty good word, yeah.
Ostentatious is my favorite word. I like words that are kind of extravagant, magnificent.
Okay.
It's not a word, it's a name from Sleeping Beauty, but like Maleficent.
Oh, that's a really good word.
You know,
I really
names that sound like are kind of a mouthful to say. Those are my favorite words.
Yeah,
caustic. Yes, we were talking about caustic in the store the other day, and I didn't know what it was. I was going to use it in a sentence for you, and then I forgot. But yeah, I mean, words like that are kind of a mouthful. I like that.
Dad furnaces. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb. Does it just go on for the whole thing? Isn't it great that he doesn't want to listen to that song anymore?
Which?
Finn doesn't want to listen to Smash Mouth anymore?
Yeah, it's nice.
I think we heard that song about 5,000 times. I really liked that
song before he started liking it.
And then it continued. Yeah, okay.
Do you have any words that gave you trouble to learn how to say properly? Lots of words. I think I might have just said Maleficent wrong.
That happens to me every stream. Every stream it happens to me. Yeah, there are so many words that I've never had to say out loud before. You know, I think people don't understand just how much I'm talking on stream. Danganronpa, I read the whole fucking thing out loud. Do you know how much reading out loud that is? That's insane. It happens a lot. Yeah, there's so many words that I've read and I've never had to pronounce, and also that I have the bastard accent of both British and Canada. And even in Britain, it's a bastard version of Welsh, Scottish, and English. So even in Britain, it was already mangled, and then it got even mangled more coming to Canada. So, you know, yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
I just see words and I know what they mean, so I want to use them, but I don't know how to say them. So I try, or I might know how to say them. I might have heard it once and I've forgotten, and then I messed it up anyway.
I think most people are going to be able to understand this. I think most people are like this, but maybe some people aren't. Maybe I'm completely wrong. This will be interesting to me if most people are like this. When I pronounce and say words, even when I'm reading them, I don't consciously ever sound anything out. I speak and I read out loud in the same mode that I write my signature. When you write on a piece of paper, you don't think, oh, how do I do an F? How do I do a U? How do I do a C? How do I do a K? You just, you just do it. You know what I mean? Like because it's all in muscle memory, that sort of thing. That's how I speak and read. I don't ever, so when I get to something that I don't know or something I'm not really familiar with, it's a double stumble because I have to get out of that mode, and I'm like, oh, what? That's why sometimes I struggle to say sentimentalism because I didn't get it right the first time, and now not only am I trying to say it properly, I'm also, my brain is like shifting gears, and I'm like, oh wait, what are we doing now? So it's like that. That's how I that's how I read out loud. So I don't know if that's how most people do, but that's how I do it. I think most people are the same. So I'm probably just really bad at shifting from one gear to the other.
And that's English. Like, you're speaking about learning English. We don't speak another language.
No, we
So
don't.
I can't roll my R's. So whenever I try to speak another language that requires you to roll R's, I can't do it. I've never been able to do it. So especially in Spanish, for example, you have to roll your R's. I can't do it. So my words never sound, I think, the way they're meant to sound because I can't do it. So that's just us with English, which we've known our whole lives. I can't even imagine speaking about Portuguese. Like, I don't know any Portuguese.
Cat Girl has a really, really good line coming up about that. Cat Girl's question is really, she says something about that I really, really liked.
So he says, in my case, it took me a long time to learn how to say world, since it is very different from how we pronounce stuff in Portuguese.
There was a guy that we that was in the World of Warcraft guild, and we would hang out with him on Vent all the time, and his English was not his second language, but he didn't really have a second language. He learned Arabic and English at the same time. He was born in America though, but his family was Middle Eastern. From Iran, and he would struggle to pronounce a lot of words that were like heroic. He couldn't. He would struggle on something like saying the shortened form of island to isle. He would say isle instead of that, and instead of heroic, he would go heroic. Like he couldn't do it. And I always thought that was interesting that like because he was a native speaker, he was so good at everything else, like better than me in a lot of ways. I want the car, the car's mine. Felix, get out of the car. Car's mine. I'm commandeering your vehicle. No, I'm kidding. You can keep it. I'm sorry I crashed into it. I'm sorry. I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
I think not sorry. I think you'd do it again.
I can. Joe is an anime icon. What do you mean? Like Joe, I'm an anime icon, as in like my dragon has the anime eyes, or I'm so much of a weeaboo now that I'm an anime icon.
I think it's like, a waifu thing.
I don't know.
You're a waifu now, right? So that's what they say. So you are one with the anime now.
Oh no! Why am I being shot? No. I need a car. Give me a car so I can drive away. No.
One of the tanks in my current raid guild says bums instead of bombs, so every now and then we get taking bums over Discord.
There was another guy that we had. He was also Middle Eastern, funnily enough. He's the one that I have a lot of stories about. And he English was his second language. He was ESL, and whenever something bad happened, he would go ESL, bruh. Like no matter, like even if it wasn't to do with language, he would he messed up a taunt because he was a tank. ESL, bruh. Like. But he must be doing it on purpose, because he would say words like, and he would emphasize the wrong syllable in the best way. So instead of saying, why are you butt hurt, he would say, why are you butt hurt? He would do it all the time. I fucking loved it. I love that guy, man. I love that guy so much. Oh shit. Anyway, let's continue.
That's it for this month. Hope those were at least okay questions. As always, thank you for your hard work and for inspiring me so much. Joe, I love you.
Thanks, Carlos. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for the questions. I love you too. Boo. Where's the car factory?
Thank you to Keegan Loses, who used 10 bits and says, please don't export chat shenanigans to YouTube with the whole sprinklers on Salt 10 thing.
Oh, it's not going to be on the main channel. It would just be a video. I might even just set it to private and just on the second channel and just share it to people in chat, because there are people in chat, and not just chat on stream. It's also chat on Discord that are just not letting it go. You know, some of them are very respectful about it, but some of them are not. You know, it's just unthinkable to too many people that I might actually be right, and I still think I am right. I've discussed it with at least a dozen people on Discord now, and I think I've been more successful swaying their opinion than they have been with mine. Yeah.
Thank you to Sleepy Fists, who used 20 bits. Thank you to Rocker2196, who used 100 bits and says, hey Joe and Lily, if you feel like answering, what's your favorite song from a game? What's that song from Undertale that you play that's
Hopes and Dreams?
That's been done with an orchestra or something. I think that's really beautiful. I really like that one.
It sounds like a Christmas song, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I have a lot. I have a lot of songs from games that I really love. I love a lot of the Fury soundtrack. I really like almost everything in Undertale. There are a bunch in Chrono Trigger that I really like. Decisive Battle in Final Fantasy VI. Dancing Mad in Final Fantasy VI. Stuff from Final Fantasy VII, stuff from Final Fantasy VIII. There's just so much. There's a song that plays in the credits of Max Payne 2 that I like. I really like the This Is a Triumph song that from Portal. I think there's one from Portal 2 as well, isn't there? Maybe that one might not be as good. I might be thinking of a fan song from Portal 2.
And Fury, did you mention Fury?
Yeah, I think I mentioned Fury's OST, didn't I?
Yeah. I wasn't listening.
Fury's OS soundtrack is really, really good. After finishing Fury, I listened to The Dangers almost every day for well, not every day, but almost every day. You know, whenever I wasn't deep into video work, I listened to that at least once. I don't know, like there's stuff that isn't, you know, the best, but is still really catchy and it sticks with you. Everyone knows the Mario theme, you know, like sometimes I catch myself humming that. Sometimes I catch myself humming Terra's theme from Final Fantasy VI. I remember a friend of mine telling me that I didn't realize I was so musical until later on in life. I think even Lily was the one that had to tell me, you know, you're just constantly singing, you motherfucker, you know, like just always doing something like that. But like my friend told me, you know, like he played Final Fantasy VI for the first time and Chrono Trigger for the first time about a couple of years after I met him, and he was like, so this is what you're fucking humming all the time? And I was like, what are you talking about? I don't hum. He's like, you hum all the time and this is what you're humming. And I'm like, oh shit, sorry, I didn't know. So like there's lots of things like that. I'm probably really annoying. I don't know. I think Lily tolerates a lot from me, or maybe she's just used to it now, but I'm probably really annoying for sound or whatever. I don't know. Joe, I have your damn car. I'm trying to think of like if there's a top. Ooh, thank you. I have a car. If there's like a top track that I would go for. Oh no, I killed someone. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know who it was. I'm sorry. Oh, they just jumped in. Never mind. Okay, they're in the gunner now. Okay, I didn't kill them. Whew.
It's funny that you're musical because you don't listen to music. Like, I'm the one playing music all day long.
Yeah.
And I don't sing or hum. It's just so rare that I'll sing anything.
Well, I used to listen to music all the time. It's just that
you don't anymore.
It's just that whenever I'm listening to music lately, it's you know, or when I can have a headset on, it's for work, you know. But the I got a new monitor because the one of them didn't survive the trip, and it has speakers on it. So I've been listening to music a little bit more, but it hasn't been It hasn't been great. I don't like listening to music on speakers anymore. I've been spoiled by headset quality.
That's true. It is always better with a headset, but because of Finn,
Yeah.
I can't have a headset.
Exactly. That's how I feel.
I'm on speakers all the time.
Who the hell made this?
I listen to lots of different music. I don't know. I've been listening to Florence and the Machine like crazy because her new album came out. She's my favorite, so. I like a lot of 90s music, a lot of 90s pop and rap, and even some 90s rock music. I like a lot of pop music. It's very catchy for me. Kind of perks me up a little bit. And by 90s, I mean basically mid 90s to mid 2000s. I just kind of lump it all together. I don't know Gordy, no. Sorry.
I'm getting deja vu right now.
And I love Tori Amos, but not her recent stuff, more her older stuff.
Who made this? I'm trying to think. A lot of the music from Shadow Colossus is really good, and there's the Swift Horse track is good. Flower in the Slums from Final Fantasy VII is pretty iconic and pretty great. I don't know, the issue with a lot of those RPG tracks, as good as they are, a lot of them have been dramatically improved and have almost been taken over by OC Remix. So like I would probably struggle to really tell you what the originals sound like compared to some of the other ones. I don't know. So I'll end with this. There's an OC remix of Chrono Trigger soundtrack, and there's a version of Shala and the Queen that is just epic as fuck, and it even has some it has singing, and it's and that I've listened to that literally hundreds of times. I've listened to that. But if we're going with like an original composition from a game, I would say that my all-time favorite song from a game would be Time Scar from Chrono Cross. That's my number one. I don't need a remix for that one. The bass one is it for me. That's number one.
NSYNC or Backstreet Boys? NSYNC baby, and Britney over Christina.
I'm going Backstreet Boys just for just to be different. Just to be different. Is there a bunch of repair kits anyone's made anywhere? Can we go where are the sonic screwdrivers? We need to repair our car.
Backstreet Boys was too slow and too lovey-dovey.
Wow.
NSYNC you could dance
to.
They had more energy.
Excuse me. The Call is a classic.
That's like the only upbeat one they had.
You can't. No. You're telling me Dirty Pop is better than the Call? Like, come on. Thank you, Jarlas.
Bye.
Yeah, that's how I feel about NSYNC.
No taste. He's zero taste in music. It's not his fault, really.
Wow. Everybody. That's NSYNC, right?
No. That's
no. Oh yeah, because Backstreet's back. Alright, yeah, alright.
As they progressed, it was just more and more.
Where did they go?
They're back.
But where did they? No, I mean.
Backstreet's back.
No. When they say everybody Backstreet's back.
They left for a while. They went off.
But where did they go?
Married, they their own thing, and then they.
To each other?
No, but.
Oh.
You know, they did their own thing, and then they had a reunion.
Okay. Alright.
You've never heard a Backstreet Boys song? Or you're saying other people haven't?
Someone says, I like the Hollow Knight soundtrack. I really like the Hollow Knight soundtrack too, but it's so new to me that it hasn't really been, assimilated by my musical library. You know what I mean? But after making the video, I listened to parts of that a lot. There was I don't want to spoil it again, but that part where that I speak about in the video where the music really adds to it was just like, oh my god, oh man, and it's so good. Anything with a violin just kills me. Would you agree with that, Lily? And anything with like, I'm all about the drums and the violin. If you have like some some epic fucking like drum beat in the background and it can kick in with the violin, like, oh man, like that's it. I'm moist. That's it. I'm ready.
But drums lately I'm liking more, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm really liking the drums. I've been watching the 21 Pilots drummer. I really like him. He really gets into it.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, we need to go get repaired. We need to go repaired. Oh no, oh no. What's the next question?
First we have to say, because that was only a question that was with bits. Thank you to Dragon555 who used 50 bits and says, there's a lolly art of you now, Joe. Your status as an icon is undeniable.
Wait, you've had repair stuff all this time? Datapon wants a new gunner. Who wants to be dead?
And thank you to, is it Licky Rake 2006 maybe, who subscribed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I can't ignore it, Joe. Ignoring what? Ignoring what? The lolly icon thing? I know all about lolly waifu, Joe. I really like comfy lolly. Comfy lolly is best lolly. Or is there something in the game that I'm missing? Is there something, is there another message?
I agree, Ozzy. I totally agree.
You have to stop moving for me to heal us, Joe.
Okay. Maxine H says, how's it going, you walk whelps?
Okay.
I've never heard that before. I don't know what that means. Is it bad?
Probably.
Hope y'all are doing well and that I've watched the God of War video and thought it was fantastic, or at least pretty dang darn good.
Oh, that's awkward. Yeah, sorry. Again, in case you weren't here earlier, Danganronpa took like 3 times longer than I thought it would, so I shouldn't have started streaming properly again. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done it. It was a mistake. So yeah, it'll be very soon though. I'm not doing another big stream or anything else until it's done. I'm even neglecting things to do around here at this point to finish it. So I'm sorry.
Now here come the questions. So next year I'm going to start a club in my school with my best friend about mental health. We want to do a lot with the club, but we've mostly decided on we want to have a kind of group therapy, more so just people talking to each other about what's going on and everyone pitching in for emotional support and advice on how they handled it. We're being more than careful to not be therapists and just create this place that really should already be there. But coming from both of you guys as parents and or just individuals, what would you guys want from this club, either as a member or a parent of a member? Also, I get it if you don't have much from parent perspective as your boys are still very young. I've been trying to get more opinions about how we should get this done, as next year will be starting up quite soon.
I have no idea, sorry. I really have no idea. I really don't know. I feel okay. So I have technically I have a mental illness, but It's not really. It's just going to be classified as that because it's mostly a side effect of the sleeping issues. I have narcolepsy. I'm narcoleptic, and I have, I will hallucinate and I will hear things, and occasionally I've seen things. I've had visual hallucinations, but mostly they're auditory hallucinations. So like technically, I think it's a stretch, but for a lot of people it would be there. I don't understand our health bar compared to this down here. Like, are we almost dead, or is it this one down here that I should be more worried about? But I don't even consider that legitimate, even though I can understand some things about what people say. But I feel like amongst our generation that I sometimes I feel like I'm the odd one out for not having that. Would you agree? Like, especially I feel like almost every YouTuber that I watch, maybe it's just the chance of the draw that I've had, has struggles with anxiety or depression or something along those lines. I can't relate, and sometimes I feel really, really bad that I can't relate. But I can relate through Lily because it's like the narcolepsy. It's not a secret, but we try not to talk about it too much on stream. But I think because we spoke about it before, other people get curious and they want to ask, or they can relate and they want to discuss it, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that it's like I feel
want
like
it to dominate.
Yeah, I feel like we brought it up once and now it gets brought up more, and that's absolutely fine. But yeah, Lily is bipolar, and I don't mean same with my narcolepsy. I'm not Wikipedia narcoleptic. I went and had wires stuck to my scalp, brain activity monitored while I was sleeping, narcoleptic. And same with Lily. Lily is diagnosed bipolar. But yeah, I really don't know what to tell you. I mean, I can only really tell you from the perspective of a man instead of from someone who has problems like that. And I think a lot of men think that they can't discuss their feelings. So all I can say is that try to reach those people and try to make it so that men are not ashamed to discuss their feelings. And I don't want to get too political because I don't even know if it's right or whatever, but I often see that a lot of men are essentially told to, when they complain about anything, they're essentially told to shut the fuck up, and I don't think that's right, and I think maybe that it's important to reach half of the population, with that sort of thing. And it's probably the fault of men that I think that when a man tries to talk about his feelings, that most of the people are going to tell him to shut the fuck up are other men. It's a difficult thing to do, and I think a lot of the people that are going to be struggling and don't want to talk about their feelings are going to be angry and maybe even abrasive about it. But yeah, I have no idea how you would do that. I have no idea. I have no clue. I don't know. I still feel that we're in a place where that the vast majority of men would never admit to crying. Like I never cry. I never get upset. I never that sort of thing, because of masculinity. And I'll sound like a complete hypocrite when I say this. I am not a crier. I don't cry. I think there's only 2 times in my entire adult life that I have cried. And so I'm not a crier, and I'm the one saying this, that you should there's nothing to be ashamed of when it comes to that. yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't like talking about these sort of things a lot because I'm not qualified and I'm not someone who should be talking about these sort of things. It's sort of like how I get angry. Angry is a bit strong, but no, it's honest. Sometimes I do get angry. I get angry with YouTubers that make video game videos, just relentlessly tweeting about politics, just relentlessly. And if they were political YouTubers, it would be fine, but they're not. And I feel like that's the same way. It's like this is not my area. I don't know anything about this. It's not something that I'm interested in actively. Yeah, I don't know. So I don't really feel like I should be talking about it. Lily, on the other hand, might have more to say. I don't want to put her on the spot, but I think I've spoken enough. So sorry to give you practically nothing as an answer, but I tried. Did I lose my gunner, by the way? Wow.
From a parental perspective, I don't really have anything to say. Because, yeah, they are very young, and I really don't know yet. I guess I would just want them to feel supported and not antagonized wherever they were, whatever mental health group that they were in. That's very vague. From a personal perspective, when I was really depressed, I went once to a group therapy session. And I hated it, and I never went back. It was so structured, and it was like those meetings you see on TV for addiction and stuff, where everyone went around the room and said their name, and everyone was supposed to then take turns saying what they were feeling and how they felt and why they were there. And I was feeling so awkward about the whole thing, and I just wanted I went in there thinking it was a one-on-one. I didn't realize that the therapist I was going to see was a group counselor, and I didn't have anything to contribute while I was there. I didn't want to. I just completely clammed up, and I was so uncomfortable. This was about 12 years ago. I didn't know I was bipolar then. I just thought that I had to get my shit together, and I didn't know why I was depressed, or there didn't seem to be reasons really. I just figured I hadn't worked out yet what my actual problem was, and I was trying really hard to fix myself. However, now that things are more stable, I am a lot more comfortable having gone through it now, looking back, talking about those things. And I do so on Discord, probably way too much. There's now a mental health channel there if anyone feels the need to come and converse.
You don't do it on Discord too much. For some people you do, but those aren't the people that you're doing it for.
I feel I talk daily about depression.
Yeah, but people want you to. People are getting benefit from it. Rip Supreme Cool. Here, I'll kill you to save you from being eaten from bugs. There you go.
12 years ago, I don't think I would have been comfortable.
That's a bad moment
having
to do that.
these conversations.
Sorry. No, but sorry. You don't do it too much. For some people are always going to be really, really, really sensitive or anything about that. Like no, like you're doing exactly what you should be doing.
Thank you. Looking back, like I said, I wouldn't have been comfortable then. I'm a lot more comfortable now. I'm also older now. I'm more experienced with it now. I know what's wrong with me now. I know how I cope with it now. I didn't know these things back then. I was really struggling back then. So you have a group of people that are going to be trying to support each other, and that's great. There are going to be some that can probably contribute more than others. More than anything, you want it to be as non-judgmental as possible, as safe a place as possible.
Without, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, what were you gonna say?
Without treating each other like glass.
Yeah, you don't want to be treated like glass. Nobody wants to be treated like glass, but you want people to feel that they can speak. And like I said, in a group therapy session, it's
I'm so sorry.
So easy. It's not so easy.
No. Okay, I'll stop talking now.
It's not so easy to speak. It's not so easy to speak in a group setting. I forgot what I was going to say. You just want to support each other. you said you don't want to play the role of therapist. Never play the role of therapist. Don't be afraid to say that it's beyond you, and don't be afraid to suggest that they talk to somebody other than you. It depends on the magnitude of their problems. Some people benefit from therapy, other people don't. I've never really gone through actual therapy, so the psychiatrist I had basically said to me, "You're bipolar. You don't really need to take any CBT or anything like that, cognitive behavioral therapy or anything like that. I don't think for what you have it will benefit you. So I'm going to put you on medication and that will stabilize you, and you just go about your business." And that's just pretty much what I did. There was the odd time he would counsel me, but I didn't really receive any therapy, so I can't really speak on that. But there are people who really do benefit from it, especially people I think who have anxiety. They really benefit from learning coping methods and stuff to get through those struggles. And so some people benefit from medication. Other people don't. Other people don't need medication necessarily. They can make life changes, and that might be enough. Everybody's different, but some people are going to be beyond what you are able to offer, and that's okay. Don't try to fill those shoes. Try and create a space that's safe and able to be productive and constructive, and you can talk. But if they need more than what you are able to give, try and guide them. Make it your policy or whatever that if we think that you need more professional help, be open to that. Obviously, you can't force them, but be open to it. Some people are not open at all to getting professional help, and they're not open to medications, and they're not open to anything beyond this. And those are the people that are going to struggle for a longer time because they don't want it. They've shut down on it. They don't think they need it. They don't believe in it, whatever. So yeah, that's my personal story. It didn't work for me then. I do a lot of it now from the other end of it. But I'm not qualified. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a psychiatrist to be able to advise you, and you guys aren't going to be able to either, really. So make it more of a support group than anything. And that might be more what you want. Maybe you'll get the most out of that too.
What kind of? I'm assuming you're done, right?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. I'm very sorry that you were interrupted.
Sorry that rambled a bit. I kind of lost my train of thought halfway through.
You're fine. You're fine.
So what's your favorite cheese?
I'm a cheese normie. I don't like a lot of cheeses. I like cheddar. I like mozzarella, and I like Gouda, and that's it. I
like marble.
Well, marble is just mozzarella and cheddar, isn't it?
It's still its own cheese.
Yeah, I hate Parmesan cheese. I hate it. I hate it so much. It tastes like puke. I hate it so much.
He hates anything like old cheddar. He won't touch it.
Yeah.
It has to be mild.
I don't like strong cheeses. I'm a cheese nor I don't
feta.
I don't have any ammo, Supreme Cool, so I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing.
I get all the good cheese around here. I just that's all for me.
Yeah, I told the story once on stream before, but when I was a kid, I went to my friend's house, and he was there for dinner, and he hey, you just knocked down a power line, and his family made spaghetti bolognese for dinner, and I was there for dinner, and for whatever reason, it was just me and my friend eating in the dining room just by ourselves. Like the rest of his family wasn't there, and and have it in front of me, and I was so sheltered. I didn't even know there were any other types of cheese. So he puts out this Parmesan cheese, and that's the only cheese. And I put a heap onto the spaghetti bolognese, and he's like, yo 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 yo, you know, like that's some pretty strong cheese. You sure that you're gonna like that? And I'm like, no, I love cheese. Cheese is just cheese. It's like eating a fucking plate of puke. But at this point, I'm committed because I don't want to be rude that I've just wasted all this cheese in the food. So it's like, no, it's good. Oh, yum, yum, yum. I just kept drinking water and. It was really bad. It was really, really bad. Just cheese. Oh, shit. I got full very quickly, suspiciously. I'm sorry, I'm full. Wait, you have ammo? I don't have ammo. Don't I need ammo to fire the gun? I don't know. I'm sorry, Supreme Cool. I don't know what I'm doing. I should explore the factory, actually. Drop. Oh. Okay. What are your favorite cheeses? Lily is not a cheese normie.
Well, feta. I love feta. I grew up with a lot of feta. My grandparents are Greek, so we put feta on everything. Parmesan I love, especially if it's Italian or Caesar salad. I'm really liking. I grew up with like the powdered kind of. I don't know what you would call it. Parmesan. I'm really liking lately like the grated Parmesan on salad and pasta. The very truffle like Parmesan. I like old cheddar. Any other kind of cheddar is just not strong enough. I like Gouda, I like Havarti, I like Edam. I'll even eat cottage cheese. I like, what's it called? I can't remember now. Swiss. I like Swiss. And I think I like provolone. But the most common ones I eat are cheddar, Parmesan, and feta. For sure. I like putting feta on my salad. I had blue cheese once, and I've had brie, and they were too much for me. But I had this also, I don't know what it was called. It was like a creamy cheese, but it had like a spice to it. And I don't know what it was called, but you eat it with crackers, and that was delicious.
A creamy cheese?
It was like it was like a ball of cheese, and around the wrap of it, like around like the outer part, there were different kinds you could get that had like different spice or seasonings to it. Is it pepper jack? I'm not sure. It's not brie. I know I tried brie. I had a friend from work, and she was very into wine and cheese, and she brought me brie one time to try because I was curious, and I didn't want to be rude, so I was like, oh, it's fine, but I never ate it again. A little too fancy for me. But I can't remember what it was called. There was this other cheese that she got me. Maybe it was Monterey Jack. I'm not sure. She got me for Christmas, actually. And she gave me a little bag of cheese and some wine for Christmas one year, and that was really good. It's so creamy that you can spread it on crackers pretty much, and it's just so good. I should get it again soon. Maybe you'll eat it this time. Maybe you'll try it.
There in growing up in Britain, there was this. All I remember is that it was a circular package of cheese, and there was, and wait for it, because it's cheese, so you wouldn't expect this. There was a cow on it. And it was very soft cheese, and it was like a little mini pizza. And
Is it brie? Because usually brie's
no,
in a wheel.
I don't know what it was. And it was triangles, and they were all individually wrapped in foil, and you would open it and you would eat it. And I liked those. Those were good when I was a kid.
Yeah, I really like cheese.
Those are good.
The only cheese, Baby Bells are delicious. I love Baby Bells. Baby Bells you can just snack on because they're individually wrapped. You can just take one out of the fridge and just have a snack. That's what
I don't think it was Baby Bell, but I do know what Baby Bell is. But I don't think it was Baby Bell.
No, I don't think it. You've seen Baby Bell before here. I don't think it was Baby Bell.
Ba 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 Baby Bell.
The real trick is finding a good feta. I have a lot of trouble finding feta that I actually love. I think my favorites are the Bulgarian, actually. The Bulgarian feta might be my favorite. But I'm kind of a bit of a feta snob. I'll eat all of it just because it's there. But in terms of actually, when I go to the grocery store, I'm always looking for the Macedonian or the Bulgarian feta.
But then you get sick of it.
No.
And you're fed up.
You never get fed up with feta.
Was there another question after the cheese normie question? I'm sorry, I was in front of the train. I'm sorry.
And as well, what's your favorite animal?
Dog. Dog, wolf. But dog. Yeah. Dog. Easy peasy. Easy peasy.
Pigs. Pigs, but if I'm being completely honest, I prefer like a cartoon pig or like
an imaginary teacup pig.
Yeah, than a real large, warlike piggy, I love pigs. So many stuffed pigs and little knick-knack pigs, and it became a thing at work to get me pig kitchen accessories, so I have like a piggy egg timer and spatula and tongs and measuring cups. I made muffins the other day with my piggy measuring cups and my piggy spatula and my piggy spoon, and everything piggy all the time.
And that's why Lily loves Pig on the Moon.
That's why. Pig on the Moon, and what was it? There's a pig here right now. Show yourself. There's a pig here right now. I told him I loved his name and it slipped my mind now. The real pig night. There he is. Thank you. Love it. Ever gave a cat a meow back at its cat meowing sass? Probably. Mm-hmm. We've had a lot of cats over the years, so probably. And
yeah, definitely. Cats need to be told, right? What? They do. Cats need to be told. No one else is going to tell them. Cats need to be told.
What do pigs have that penguins don't? Penguins are part bird. Right?
Yeah.
You can't trust a bird.
You can't trust the bird.
Penguins you can trust a little bit more because they don't fly, right?
Birds are weird.
They're still part of the bird family.
You can't trust the bird. You can't. The problem with birds is that if you ever get into an argument with a bird, they can just fly away. So there's no point. You can't trust birds, man. Birds are weird. No birds.
They're like fish birds. But I do like penguins. They're not as good as piggies. No offense, penguin, but piggies are special.
Penguins are fine.
I should not eat piggies.
Penguins are honorary birds.
I still eat them, even though they're my favorite.
I like penguins. Can't trust anything that lays eggs. That might be a better policy.
And we never really. Annie was asking if we ever drank alcohol before the kids, and no, we didn't really.
No, not really.
We've never really been. I used to be a social drinker when I would go out with friends, but that was it. We didn't really drink alcohol together here. Bigger question.
Okay.
Finally, what do you believe is the ideal way to punish players in a game like Recettear? As someone who totally isn't beginning to formulate a game around this sort of running a shop type of game, I'm struggling to figure out how to add a difficulty curve. In Recettear, the difficulty is finding out how much customers will buy from you and to continue paying the debt off. In Moonlighter, its difficulty is almost entirely set in the dungeon, which just becomes a number game after a while and has no way to really lose. In your opinion, how would you go about adding a difficulty curve to a game like that? If anything, this is just a conversation showing the problems of capitalism. How in the beginning everything feels fair and challenging, but as you continue to gain success, you lock yourself in at the top and can only go up. Maybe that's just me though? Alrighty, that's all my questions from this month. Sorry for the slightly odd section in the middle, but trust me when I say that there's some questions everyone needs to get off their chest every once in a while.
I understand.
Thanks and good luck, Maxine.
I understand. Thank you, Maxine. I think that your question is one of maybe the most difficult question to ask about any game. Getting difficulty right is getting the game right. I would like to go into more detail about what I'm about to say in the future. It's going to maybe sound a bit weird, but I think that games are their difficulty. That without difficulty, a game isn't really a game. It doesn't have to be difficulty in terms of you are struggling and you are everything is an ordeal. That's not what difficulty means, although it is what it means to a lot of people. But difficulty can also mean, you don't do something right the first time and it takes two tries. You know what I mean? Like, that's still difficulty. It's not excruciating. Moonlighter is very disappointing because it doesn't have any difficulty tied to its shopkeeping sections. Recettear is a lot better, but it's still not great. I don't know what the better solution would be, so we can think it through right now and see if we can reach some point that sounds a lot better. Sounds is a good way of saying it. So what makes Recettear good or better than Moonlighter is the pressure. Is that this idea that if you don't get this done, you're going to lose. So you have an incentive to try to make the most of every day, the most of every sale, the most of every purchase and item in your shop. There's difficulty in figuring out how much money people have to spend and how to upgrade them so they spend more, but that system isn't really explained all that well, and if it was explained well, it would become probably a non-issue that you would err on the side of being generous to make them happy. I think what might be a better system, instead of trying to make customers happy, is that you try to get the perfect price for both of you, because if you give a customer too cheap of a price, then surely they're going to start bringing less money to your shop because they know that they don't have to bring as much because you always give them good prices. But also they might start feeling patronized. I don't know if that's how it actually works in Recettear, if you do need to get the better price to level them up, or if it's just if they're happy. I don't know. If it does work that way, then I take that back. But the point I'm getting to is that if you explain that system, which the game doesn't, at least not that I saw, it's not really that big of a deal anymore. You just do it and you know that you have to. It's kind of like grinding rep with them when they come in, and that's not really difficulty anymore. That's just something else. However, I think Recettear's difficulty isn't great because if you fail, you either save scum or you de facto save scum because you go back to the beginning of the week or whatever. And that's just repeating content, and it's a little disappointing. I don't know. I don't know if there is a good way of doing difficulty in a game like that, because you'd want to keep the pressure to maximize every single sale, every single interaction, but you also don't want to have the failure to be a setback that you have to redo so much content that you just kind of want to give up, or you want to save scum, which is effectively cheating. I think that's a sign that it's too harsh in a really frustrating way. So how would we do that? Whoops, sorry. How would we do that? Someone in the chat is saying don't all failures make you repeat content. Yeah, but it depends on how much content you're gonna repeat. So I think that in this little known game called Dark Souls, that you go back to the checkpoint and you fight your way through it, and how good you are at getting through that content will also determine how well your potential is to do at the boss at the end is a lot different than imagine if Dark Souls after you died sent you back to the beginning of the game and made you do the whole thing all over again. Some people might like that if it worked that way, but I think you can see the difference that one of them would be very, 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 very frustrating, whereas the other one is much better for most people, and it rewards you learning on in a tighter scenario rather than the whole entire game. It might be better if the deadlines were every day instead of every week. If there was a deadline every day and you had to make the most of every day, and if you fail, you go back to the beginning of the day, but then that can lead to problems with you can get stuck and you don't realize that you've already failed because there's no way to make this money in this day if you've set yourself up poorly in the days before. And that's a good system in Recettear, or something that I really like about it is that you can buy a bunch of stuff ahead of time, and then you can go and sell it later when the market changes. But there could be ways to get around that. You could have a debt and loan system that you could use as kind of like a release valve for every single day if to stop players from getting to a point where they can get stuck like that. I don't know, but I think that's the key idea, is that you need to have some sort of tension and some sort of looming reason to be worried every single time someone comes into your shop. Moonlighters does not do it well at all, not at all. Someone in chat has a really good idea about that. I like this idea a lot. Does Recettear have a tax system aside from debt? If not, couldn't you just add taxes you have to pay the village and property tax? Maybe you could have employees and have to pay them. If you fail, instead of just restarting, you can take on a bigger loan. Maybe add a credit system. Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about with debt and loans as well. But I think that could also lead to long-term failure and a lot of repeated content. But maybe it's okay. It works in some games. Failure never really seemed that bad in 4X games to me, and that can take a while. The most frustrating thing in 4X games is when you lose but you don't realize you've lost for another 100 turns, whereas losing really, really late in the game is okay, because you when you go back into another game, there's a lot of different things that can happen. So maybe maybe Recettear is a game that an updated version would do better with some random elements to it, that you don't mind restarting from the beginning, because there's always something new, and it's not really like you're repeating the same content over again the same way. It can be different this time, and you can get a little further, and you can get a little further. Actually, the more I think about it, that's the idea I like the most, is that it would be that it's fresh every single time. Maybe you get a different kind of customer. Maybe customers each run. Maybe you get different items. Different market fluctuations happen. There are different tells to tell you to hints that, oh, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. I'd really like a system where you can overhear things, and you can go to different parts of the town and you can find out hints of what's going to happen soon. Like, oh, you find out about like a war's coming, and stock up on weapons, or you find out that ahead of time that there's going to be some sort of famine or whatever. Okay, time to stock up on food. Things like that. But that can really help with story being tied to gameplay too. Like, what if you are so good at it eventually in the late game that there is a big famine and you've gotten all the food, and now you have a choice. Do you let your customers starve because they can't afford your really high marked up prices, or like, do you gouge them, or do you let them have it, even taking a loss, or like, I think that could lead to some interesting decisions. You know what I mean? Enter the shotgun. Yeah, I don't know. I think I think that's a good idea of doing it. A good way of doing it. If you can't think of a really fair way of having content repeat, then I think maybe you should look into making the game repeatable instead, and solving the problem that way instead of trying not to make it repeat. That's always what I think horror games should be. I think that most horror games, not all, most horror games should have permadeath, and if you die, you die and you're done. I would be interested to see if multiple lives would work, and to see if there could be branching paths based on how many times you've died through a run of the game. But I think that the game, if you die in a horror game, you should be dead, and then the next time you go through it should be different. That's how I would do it. I think that there's a lot of benefit there. I think there's a lot of potential there, and I think that I would like to see a horror game do that. I don't know. I think there is a incredible game waiting to be made with Recettear's formula. That if you could expand the shopkeeping part even more, I don't even think you need the dungeon crawling. I really don't think you need it. I think that you could make a game just buying and selling, and the stories involved with the customers, and the customers having, and at the beginning being nameless NPCs, like they're just named old woman, young kid, and after you reach a certain level with them, you actually get to see their names and you learn their names, and they have unique avatars that change as the game goes along. Like maybe one of them gets beat up on the way to your shop one day, and then from then on they always have a scar on their face. This stuff like that. You really learn these customers and you really get to know them, and you are in this city in an enclosed environment buying and selling and part of this community. And I think there's something that's really, really good about that within the haggling game that is really, really enticing. It's so fun to get a deal, and it's so it's fun to cheat people too. You know what I mean? Like it's really engaging. I really liked it a lot, and I think there's a really good game waiting to be made. That, sorry to waffle on a little bit. Did we just get a huge bit donation? I think I saw it in chat.
I sent him a heart, but because I missed him. But yeah, Frosty Jesus,
thank you very much, Frosty Jesus, for another boatload of bits. Thank you so much. Was there a message with it?
5,000 bits. Have to wake up for work in 3 hours, so gotta try and get some sleep. Just wanted to say thanks, Jill, for all the content, and thanks, Lily, for helping out people and Discord despite having to look after Finn and Leo. It's honestly inspiring. Thank you so much.
Lily does so much. Lily
flatter Lily a lot.
Lily has by far the worst deal out of the two of us, and I feel bad. Every day I feel bad. Lily does so much. These are Lily bits. Lily bits. Thank you very much, Frosty Jesus. Thank you so much.
Frosty. I'm happy to do it. If I can help out, I will help out.
Lily bits.
Aw, thank you for the lilies, everybody. Lots of lily love.
That's a lot of lilies. Thank you.
Lots of lilies.
More lilies than there are outside.
Mm-hmm.
So many lilies. Was that the last question?
I believe there was...
From that person.
From that person it was, yes.
Okay.
This is a new person.
So is there anything that we have to... That said anything in chat? Is there a question that's been asked in chat a lot that we keep missing, or anything like that? Or are we moving on to the next Patreon question?
I'm sorry, I was reading. What did you say?
I said, is there anything in chat that we need to address? Is there a question we keep missing from chat or anything like that, or are we?
Someone wants to know if you've ever played Frog Fractions and Risk of Rain.
Yes, the Frog Fractions. Maybe. I don't think I beat it. I think I played it a little. Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. I have not played Risk of Rain, no.
Carlos. Glad we could answer your questions. I hope they were okay. And you have...
Good night, Carlos.
You have a picture? Hold on.
The Lolly Factory.
Dragon Rampa summary.
Let me see.
Careful, unplugged it.
Akuro Ikusaba, the 16th student, lying hidden. Oh, Sayaka. Aoi with ice cream. With her
My girl Aoi.
her plot pillows. the knife guy. I love the knife guy. And Sakura smooth skin. Burger King foot lettuce. There's no way Danganronpa 2 is gonna be have more memes or equal amount of memes. It was a good meme stream. I wonder if that was the most condensed meme stream that we had. Persona 5 was really a big meme stream, but Danganronpa was a lot shorter and had a lot of memes. It was good. I'm glad that we did it. If anything, just for the streams, they were a good time.
I want to ask about your hopes for Danganronpa 2. Everyone said how much better it is, but I want to know what your hopes for it.
I'm hoping for an ending that isn't complete ass. And I'm hoping for an actual murder that is a murder mystery. Because there were 6 trials in Danganronpa 1, but really there were only 5. And the only one that I would say that really qualifies as being a mystery was the first one, and it was terrible. I mean, I guess the third one technically counts too, but it was so goddamn obvious that I don't know. Like the crime scene tampering and everything else can lead to a good story, and I did like Trial 2 and 4 a lot. They were my favorite parts of the game, but they weren't really a good murder mystery. So I want a good mystery. I want there to be like a locked room mystery, a locked room murder, or just a good murder that makes me go, huh, what happened here? And it's not, oh, I just pretended that I was a serial killer for a bit and just painted blood on the walls just to see what would happen. You know what I mean? Like I want there to be a good solid mystery, at least one. And then an ending that isn't terrible, and I would like there to be a good waifu, just one good waifu. Someone show me a picture of the girls, and I think we have some waifu candidates. So I'd like a good waifu. I want someone that I can go up to and say, you know, hey Aoi, you know, and mean it.
But you've been saying it to me.
Hey Lily. Yeah, that's what I want. So we'll see. We're gonna probably play it sometime in August. God of War gets done, then we'll do Moon Crash. Then we'll do a Gungeon stream, just 1 or 2 to see what they're like maybe. Then David Cage games, Bayonetta, and then we'll do Bayonetta, and then we'll do Danganronpa 2, and then we'll do the Cage games because I think the Cage games are gonna be a while. I think I want to get to Danganronpa 2 before the Cage games. We'll see how it goes. But yeah.
You need a waifu that just has a short, spunky name like Aoi. That's all.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
That's going to be a requirement. Just for the name. Okay, ready?
Yep.
Before we go, thank you to Sliced Bread 5 who subscribed with Prime.
Thank you, Sliced Bread 5.
Jamie L says, "Hi Joe, first time I get to ask you questions. Before that, let me tell you that your streaming has been a great outlet for me on this rough times I've been through, and that I love your video game analysis. You're so nitpicky and don't let anything pass just because it's only a video game."
I think you might be one of the first people who's ever said that as a compliment. Thank you.
The first video that I watched from you was the one about Edith Finch, and I haven't stopped since then. Alright, these are my questions. As a video game critic, sorry if you prefer another word for what you do.
No, it's about right.
what would be your first advice to someone who is starting as a video game developer?
Don't listen to video game critics. I have no idea. Sorry, I have no idea. Like I can give you some really general, like, normie tier advice, which is, just play a lot of games. That's how you get good at everything is just experiencing and looking at work that other people have done already, because no matter what, and unless you are a pioneer, once in a generation genius that is going to push forward and do something completely new, like invent the computer, or anything like that. And who knows, maybe you are that person, or maybe someone like that is listening somehow. I don't know why you're wasting time with me, but like maybe you're out there, but for the most of us, everything that we do is going to be into some extent derivative. And that means, and that's a good thing. It's a really good thing, because that means that there's hundreds, thousands, maybe even millions of examples of people doing it before you, and you can learn from them instead of having to waste time doing the same mistakes that other people have already conquered. Now, what happens often is that, fairly often, is that there will be like a rethink or a revolution within something, where people realize that previous knowledge is now outdated, and there's been a mistake that has kept being made over and over and over and over and over again, and now we're going to rectify that, and it's going to be a lot, like there's an update, and the old way of thinking is bad. But that's not something that's really. That's not something that's worth getting into at the moment, because for the most part you are going to be able to learn a lot from looking at other things. So if you want to be a writer, you should read a lot. If you want to be a YouTuber, you should watch a lot of YouTube videos. If you want to be a director, watch a lot of movies. And if you want to be a video game developer, you should play a lot of video games.
And look at what you like, what you don't like.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Same thing for writing, right?
Same thing for writing. You need to be actively realizing and acknowledging what you like and what you don't like, and then after you acknowledge that, maybe even write it down. Why do I like this? Why don't I like this? What do I like? What don't I like? And then you have to go one step further. Why don't I like it? Why do I like it? And if you can't figure out why, if you're looking at something and you're just like, well, I like it when a game has waifus, but I don't know why. Then you should sit there and have a really long discussion with yourself, preferably in front of a mirror or a rainy window, and figure out why it is that you like games with waifus. And once you figure it out, you can recreate it. And not only can you recreate it, you can do it better. You can, I like games with waifus. This is why I like games with waifus, because it makes me more engaged with the characters, and it makes me connect more with the story, because there are characters in it that I really like, and I look forward to scenes where I interact with my waifu, and it makes me much more invested in the story. Well, now that I know that, I know that in the game that I want with waifus, I want there to be a lot of waifus, and I want there to be a lot of scenes with my waifus. And I want it to be in depth. I want it to have strong characters, and I know it may sound like a joke because I'm using the waifu example, but I'm being serious. Like, it's the same thing. You could replace waifus with boss battles. There could even be a waifu boss battle, but I mean, like you could replace it with anything. I like games that have puzzles. So,
and what are games that have done this well? And
yeah,
what are games that have done this badly?
And that's
what can I take from that?
And that's the best way to do it. It's the best way to learn anything, because you don't want to make a platformer without having played all of the Mario games. You don't want to make a puzzle game without playing Steven Sausage Roll. Maybe that's too specific an example, and Mario is a better one, but you don't want to do that, because there are lessons that you can learn from playing those games that will only take you 10 to 20 to 30, 40 hours to learn, whereas by developing the game, it'll probably take you hundreds of hours. So you want to do it that way. However, there's only, as with anything, I've never made a game, but I'm gonna assume it's the same as writing, it's the same as video creating, it's the same as audio editing. There is only so much you can learn from looking at the work of others. At some point, you do have to dive in and start to do that and do it yourself, and you will learn a lot from that. But yeah, if you want some more specific advice, do not undervalue, by any circumstances, do not undervalue game feel. Game feel is the most important thing for people, for your game being playable, is game feel. Nothing else is going to make someone put your game down faster than bad game feel. You can have, and there are successful games that don't even have graphics, but the game feel was enough that people stuck with it. You should get the book by Steve Swink, I think that's his name. I can't remember how to pronounce it properly. I'd have to look it up. I have it upstairs. You should read it. You should get it. You should read it. Or, if it's out of print right now, find another way to get it, and then buy it later when it's in print. Read it and take that from it. That's the most important thing. IMO for making your game playable. It's not the most important thing to make your game good or a masterpiece or a classic, but it's sort of like good game feel is sort of like having a movie having a camera that is a high enough quality that it's an acceptable resolution, and it has and the shots are all the actors are in frame. You know what I mean? Like, good game feel is that quote that's taken out of context all the time that I said during the Hat in Time stream. It's you hit the jump button and your character jumps. Like that isn't something to be proud of. That's the baseline requirement. Like, if your game doesn't have that, it's dead. If your game does have that, it doesn't make it a masterpiece. It just means we can move on. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I would say go for that. But apart from that, I can't tell you anything because I'm not a game designer. Not yet, anyway. I'm hoping to do that sometime in the next few years, and I'm pretty sure that whatever I make, the first thing is going to be a complete train wreck, like we're about to get into with Oppen here now on the screen. But yeah, I
called Ute.
That's my advice to you.
Poor Ozzy.
See you later, Pedrox 200 Junior. See you later.
Have you played any Silent Hill video games? If you did you like them? If not, have you played any survival horror games that you enjoyed? That's it for now. Hope everything is doing fine. Sorry for my English. It's not my native language.
As always, your English is perfect, and we couldn't tell. Whenever someone says that, their English is stellar.
Your English is very good.
I have not played any of the Silent Hill games. I may play them this Spooksgiving. I think in October we're just going to play a bunch of horror games. Maybe we'll finally play Silent Hill. I have never played a Silent Hill game, apart from it was on at someone's house when I went to see a friend one time, and maybe I picked up the controller and moved around for a minute or two. But no, I've never played a Silent Hill game. But on the other hand, it's Spooksgiving. You're supposed to play really, really, really scary games that really get down into your soul. So maybe the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 DLC will be up by then, and we'll just play that instead, because I don't think there's anything scarier than that. Or maybe Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. I mean, really go into the weeb. Survival horror games, not really. I don't know. I played some Resident Evil. I played one of them on stream. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting tired. Hold on. What does Google tell me when I say survival horror? Evil Within, sure. Outlast, no. Resident Evil 7, yes. Resident Evil 4, Amnesia, yes. Resident Evil 4 as well, yes. Outlast 2, no. Dying Light, no. Alien Isolation, no. That one looks good though. Dead Space, no. Is Dead Space really one of them? I don't think so. This just seems like a list of horror games. The Last of Us, this is pretty bad. This is pretty bad. I would say not really. Not many of them. Not many. But those I have been pretty good. I enjoyed Amnesia. I enjoyed most of the Resident Evil games that I've played. 7 I enjoyed for the wrong reasons. 7 I thought was quite funny. But it was still a good time. Evil Within 1 and 2 I thought were decent. I enjoyed them, especially the first one. Sorry to be the hipster that says it, but I liked the first one better than the second one. The second one was good though. It wasn't terrible. Resident Evil, the earlier Resident Evils probably creeped me out more than Resident Evil 7, but I was younger when I played them. I really liked Resident Evil 0 and the GameCube version of the Resident Evil 1. And Resident Evil 4 was decent when I played it as well. Yeah. Sorry, that's all I can. That's all I. What the hell? Yeah, that's all I can really say. It's not a genre that I'm really that into. But I think I'm going to be playing more spooky games this October on stream, and I think that would be a good theme of it, and we'll go through that.
Getting in the Halloween spirit.
Factorio, it's no masterpiece. Salvager's code number 6, call someone's waifu trash, you gotta dash. Tella thought she's hot. I think I'd rather not.
What's Outlast?
It's a horror game. Why?
They want me to play it.
No, it's first person. You'll
I'll throw up.
You'll throw up. Lily can't play first person games. It doesn't even have to be scary. Like she almost threw up
I
playing.
almost threw up looking at houses.
She almost threw up playing Edith Finch.
In the first 5-10 minutes, barely got into the house.
What about Lone Survivor? I think I have that, but I haven't played it for more than a few minutes.
Thank you to Mad Bake, who resubscribed for 10 months and says, I've thought that you may like stealth games since you enjoyed Prey or Deus Ex. Are you interested in playing the Old Thief series or a recent one like Dishonored?
Yep. I would like to play the Old Thief games, and I'd like to play the new one as well. I think I would enjoy them at least a little, but yeah, I never got to them. There's a lot of gaps in my game experience like that. But yeah, I don't know. Just growing up, I didn't have access to every single game that came out, and I think that's typical of most people. But yeah, I did play a lot of games growing up. But there's also the time that I just lost to World of Warcraft, unfortunately. Lollies are oily, lollies are wet, lollies are crime. What about cat girls? Lolly cat girls.
It's like a poem that I would write. It doesn't rhyme.
People can fly.
Can't write poetry. I can't write poetry.
Eagles can fly, monkeys can climb, crickets can leap, horses can race, owls can seek, cheetahs can run, eagles can fly, people can try, but that's about it. Next question.
Riley P says, Hey Joe.
Hey Riley.
In the last Q&A, I asked if you could create Twitch collections, basically playlists. You said you'd like to, but that you may forget, so you'd like to have someone make sure you remember if that is the case.
Yeah, I
Please
forgot.
consider this a reminder.
Yeah, someone even reminded me on Discord, and I think I said thank you for reminding me, and then I got distracted
I'll try to remember to remind you.
by being a weeb or something. I don't know. I have to make some playlists on YouTube as well.
Has there ever been a story in a game that really had an emotional impact on you? For me personally, I can't recall any story that has had a serious impact on me, not in the way books or movies or TV shows have. Even something like The Last of Us, which is praised by a lot of people for its storytelling, has done little for me. It never feels real enough for me, I think. I know that ultimately I will die at some point and respawn, and the story will simply continue. I also know that the other characters in the game will never be at any risk at any point unless the story demands it. There's never any sacrifice I have to make for them to survive, nor the option to abandon them if I feel it's too risky to save them, so I don't feel invested in the story or characters in any way. The game may try to get me to care about other things than just shooting the zombies or whatever they were called, but it just fails to do so. But that's just me, and I wonder if you do have examples of games that actually made you feel invested and care about the story. I really wish I could. The Last of Us is just an example, but I don't think there's ever been a game that really made me care about something other than the gameplay challenges. That's not to say I dislike stories in games, but to me it always feels more like I am a witness to the story than invested in it.
Yes and no. Very few games have had any impact on me. I would say that the strongest one is a scene from Edith Finch that I think most people will know. It's about a death of a kid, but that's more because I'm a dad, and anything to do with kids now really upsets me. I never used to be that kind of person. I used to be able to read about, oh, kid goes missing, this happens to this kid in the news, and I would think, well, I'm not happy it happened, and I would, I feel bad for the people involved, but I was always able to just like, okay, well, that's just how the world is, but now I find it very upsetting. So yeah, that's something from Edith Finch. I would struggle very hard to think of anything else. Last of Us is a good example for a lot of people, but I just it's good. It's a good story. It's not even good for video games. It's a good story, but in terms of if that's the best that video games have compared to the best that TV and film and literature has, you really see that video games have a really 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 long way to go. Because there's a difference between something being good and it being the best that a medium has. You know what I mean? What you're talking about is something that I will speak about at length in the eventual Undertale video. I think that Undertale addresses this apathy that most people have, that most gamers have with games, in a very effective way, and I think that that apathy is played into a lot, and so I would say that Undertale is probably another game that I was invested into, not in the same way as what happened to Edith Finch, but that got to me. But it was mostly about learning about something about myself, and that's something I learned from Undertale, was that I didn't want to say this until I made the video, but I guess I have to say it now. That's something I learned from Undertale, is that I do not treat characters in video games the same way that I treat characters in books and movies. I treat characters in video games the same way that I treat characters in action movies, which is that I don't really care. They're just vehicles there to move the plot along, to get to the good scenes and the good parts. That's the point of the movie. It's not really about the characters, and that's how I treat characters in pretty much every single game that there is. And that was important to realize, and it was important to realize that most people probably feel that way, and that there's something really, really, really fucked up about that. Really fucked up. And I don't think it's fucked up on a moral level. I think it's fucked up that video games have that poor storytelling, that not only is that the reality of the situation right now, but it's a reality that not only makes sense, but it's justified. Stories in video games are terrible. They are so bad. They are so fucking bad that the story of Sakura and Chihiro in a game as bad as Danganronpa are better than almost every other character in the medium. That Danganronpa is atrociously written, has a horrible fucking story, has some terrible dialogue, is one of the worst paced stories that I think I've ever seen in anything, has one of the worst endings that I've ever seen in anything, and yet those two characters and their story is still better than almost everything else in the medium within that terrible of a story. How's that happen? How the fuck does that happen? Is it because in that case they just lucked into it, or is it because the writers cared about that and they were able to make that work, and they cared about parts of it, and they really tried to do something with the rest of the story and they just failed, whereas a lot of other stories and most stories in the medium are just complete soulless bullshit that's just thrown out there just to see what sticks and what will make money, and it's overall better paced, better produced, better acted, better quality assurance, but it doesn't matter because they're just polishing a piece of fucking shit. Whereas with this game, Danganronpa, they were trying, like they were actually invested, they were actually there trying to make it work, and they failed because they didn't have the resources, or they didn't have the knowledge, or they didn't have the aptitude, whatever, it doesn't matter. But because they were actually trying, they still managed to get part of it that was fucking gold, or at least close to gold. You know what I mean? Like, there's something really messed up about that. You know? I don't know. I mean, it should be the strongest medium there is for stories because you're a part of it. But the games are too busy copying movies. They're too busy trying to do what movies do, which makes sense because that's the closest comparison. That's the closest parallel. It's not books. It's not, it's not comics. It's movies because of the visual aspect. So that's what they try to do, and they want to learn as much as they can from that. So like we just spoke about earlier, so they don't have to go through all the time wasted of doing it. But they forget about the interactivity, and it's like a non-issue. It's like I get the impression that some games are annoyed that they have to be games sometimes. Like, I don't know. It's really unfortunate. I think that more video game developers could make better stories if they started treating games closer to books and trying to see what they could learn from books than movies, and how video games tend to be longer than movies and they have a much longer runtime, and you can really get into the head of a character. You can't do that in a movie. You can't really do that in a TV show either. You can to some extent, depends on the TV show, but you really get into the head of a character in a book. Even if it's third person, you often hear their thoughts. You're with them for a lot of time. Again, it's going to depend on the book too, but for the most part, you really get invested. And that's usually what it's like in a video game, because most video games, you are with one character for the whole thing. You are one person. It's rare, it happens, but it's rare that you are switching between multiple characters. But you are one character, and you get to be invested in this character. And I think there's a lot to learn from books to make that work. And interactivity is so strong, and it can make you a part of it, and choices can affect the story and make it really engrossing. But that's not the only way that interactivity can be used, as we discussed earlier. I think you would really, really struggle if you could play every single game out there right now. I think you would struggle to get a dozen really, really strong moments where gameplay and story are married in a way that is just, mind blowing. That is just so good, because it just doesn't happen because the writers aren't allowed to do it. I don't know. I'm sorry. I know I'm saying I don't know a lot. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just talking. But I agree with almost everything that you said.
This question is about some heavier stuff. Feel free to skip it if you prefer not to talk about this on the stream.
Okay, we'll try.
Games are unique because they are interactive. Do you feel that comes with some responsibility in terms of what a game should feature? There are a lot of amazing books and movies that deal with subjects like incest, violence against minors, domestic violence, rape, etc. We accept that these subjects and subjects like it should be allowed to be present in these media. Even if the protagonist is the one who does these things, we still accept that the story can be good. Maybe not enjoyable, but good. But what about games? Obviously, general violence in games is accepted, but could a game ever get away with featuring a playable main character that, for example, is an alcoholic piece of shit father that abuses his children? In other words, how far can games go? Where is the line? Is there a line?
I don't think there is a line. I don't think there should be a line. I don't think there should be a line with anything, really. I think as soon it's a fool's errand anyway, because as soon as you put down a line, there's going to be someone that's going to go up to the line and say, hey, I'm going to kick this line. So it's there's no line. There can never be a line. We can, as society and as a group discussing this, say that maybe it would be better if things never went to this place, but there's always going to be an exception. There's always going to be something worthwhile that can be done, and that's how I'll answer your question. It's gonna depend. It really is. I can see there being something profound to be found. It's profound to be found. Something profound in playing a character that is abusive and a complete wreck, and maybe seeing that character be redeemed, or maybe making that character even worse and be punished, or seeing this how this character got to this point and starting to understand how they got to this point. Everyone is human. Everyone. No one is a villain in their own minds. I want to say everyone isn't a villain in their own minds. There might be there was a documentary I watched with I think the I think he's called the Iceman, and how there was something wrong with him that made him lack any empathy for other people, and he was also abused when he was grown up by his parents, and this made him incapable of trust and love to some extent. I can't remember exactly what it was, but he had a family. He had a wife and he had kids, and he loved them, and he was a really good father. And he was a contract killer, and he killed so many fucking people, and yet he had a family, and by all accounts he was a really, really good father. So I'm hesitant to say that everyone, that there's no one that doesn't view themselves as a villain. There's probably some that are like that. I'm gonna say that it's extremely rare though. But you can look at that in fiction. That there's no good bad guy that knows they're a bad guy and will be evil just for the sake of being evil. Those are horrible villains. Even something like the Joker from the Dark Knight, is broken in some way and is compelling in a way because they've been so destroyed that they just want to see everything burn and everyone brought down to their level. It's not that they are doing it just for the fucking sake of it. Those are the worst goddamn villains. Um, people are like that too. I don't know. I go back and forth on this. I go back and forth on whether evil even actually exists, and every time I think no, everyone does things for their own reasons. They were abused, or they don't understand, or they don't see what they're doing is wrong. And every single time I think that, and I think I'm there, I think of that guy in Austria who locked his daughter in the basement and did horrible things to her for decades, and had kids with his own daughter, and then started raping his granddaughters that he had with his daughter. And like, just and I think, okay, no, there is evil, you know what I mean? Like, and would there be a game about that could work? I don't think so. But then there was a movie that had what's her name? She's Captain Marvel now. What's her name? God damn it. What's her name? Brie Larson. Isn't it? It's a movie that's based on a book called The Room. Not That Room. Another The Room. Brie Larson. I haven't seen it, but the book is inspired by the events that happened to that that happened in Austria. Games are so shit right now that I can never see that happening. But I would like to think that in sometime in the future that we would get there, and there would be enough tough topics tackled that we could get to a point where we could actually have an interactive experience, that would be powerful and would teach people something and would impart something on people. And I know it sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? It sounds completely ridiculous, but yet there's a book on it and there's a movie on it, and apparently they're both quite well done, and there's something to be said about them, like. But yet games, it seems unthinkable that there could be a game about a guy locking his daughter in a basement. You know what I mean? It's fucking unthinkable right now. Like, I'm uncomfortable even saying it, And yet there's a that just shows you how shit the medium is, because there's a book and a movie. Like it's oh man. No, I'm not drunk. I'm a little tired though. I think that the interactivity is always going to make people uncomfortable to do things, and that there is a certain point where I think that there's going to be a line for a lot of people that they will learn for themselves. If there was a scene in a story where you had to point a gun at a child and pull the trigger, and this is not just a child that you find that's annoying in Skyrim or annoying in Fallout 3 or 4, but like a child that you have spent the game with the whole time, like Last of Us, and you have built a relationship with this child, and this child, and this is what you have to do. I am pretty sure there is a substantial amount of people that would play the game that would turn the game off instead of doing it, especially if it's graphic. Meanwhile, that is something that happens with a small amount of regularity in other mediums, like that, because there is no interactivity. There is nothing there that is forcing you to do this. But that's why it's powerful, right? That's where the interactivity comes in, that you have to do it. I don't think I have anything else to say, sorry. I'm going in circles a bit. I'm disappointed in games.
It's okay, Ozzy. Thank you for sticking around. Get some rest.
Was there another question?
I'm looking. Favorite dragon type? Chinese dragons, wyverns, European dragons, Xylent. These are basically just big chickens with wings and a tail. They suck, to be honest. If you don't know the difference or don't have a preference, then you should.
How
Really,
dare you imply that I don't know the difference and don't have a preference?
Dragonology game.
How dare you question my dragonology?
There's more.
Wow.
I would recommend the book Working with Dragons, A Course in Dragonology.
I wrote that book.
I must not have edited that one. It actually even comes with a Dragonology diploma, if I recall correctly. But it's been years since I read it. Yeah, I guess you could call me a Dragonology expert. Dragonology, Dragonology, Dragonology. That's it for me for this month. Thank you for the content, and I hope everything is well with you and the family. Sorry if my English is bad. It's not my native, blah, blah, blah. P.S. Patreon deleted my original post with a couple more questions. I couldn't be bothered to write them again. Can someone go over to Patreon and fix the comment section already?
Their comment system is really bad. Sorry. Yeah. Always type your questions in a Word file and then paste them in. Yeah, never do that. Never type them right into the comment box itself. Okay, first of all, your question is a trick question. Okay, because you're asking me what kind of type of dragon is best, and you're throwing all these different ones at me when there's only one type of dragon, and that's the European dragon. The others aren't dragons. Okay. Your stupid chicken thing isn't a dragon, okay? And Chinese dragons are just giraffe heads that have escaped the rest of the body and are flying around and grew scales, okay? Are they cool? Yeah, but they're not dragons, okay? Wyverns, come on. Fucking wyverns? Drakes? Fucking hell, no. European dragons have 4 legs and wings that are separate appendages from those from those legs, okay? Those are the only real dragons. Everything else is just, shitty lizards, okay? Yeah, I said the L word.
Pig on the Moon's here.
Pig on the Moon's here.
So there's 2 pigs here right now. The pig knight is here, and the pig on the moon. I'm sorry, continue. I got distracted.
Those type of dragons are the only dragons. And there's if the dragon is smaller than a house, and it's not a kid dragon, it's not a dragon. It's just pretending. Like, no.
It's just pretending.
Dragons have to be big.
Oh, you pissed off Mad Big.
How dare you shit talk on Asian dragons? I'm not shit talking on Asian dragons. There are no Asian dragons. So I can't shit talk on them.
I'm sorry, Maddie. I'm sorry. Please keep drawing us pictures.
Spyro, more like Spyro the Whelp. He ain't a dragon. He ain't a dragon. Next question.
First, let's say thank you to Elephant Doom, who resubscribed for 8 months and says, very serious question, excluding 2B, favorite waifu from the games you've streamed thus far.
Hmm. Well, let me scroll through. I already know what the choices are, though, right? Is it Haru? Or is it Aoi? Haru. BT is not a waifu. BT is a husbando. Haru. One day we will reload for Haru. One day. A trick question you can't exclude to be. Could you breathe any louder, dog? Chloe.
It's Chloe. Chloe's passed out. Hey, Joe, how did you and Lily meet? Did Lily watch How to Train Your Dragon 50 times and execute the perfect pickup strategy?
Wow. How did you know? How did you know? Do you want the serious answer, or you meant high school?
I like that, the 50 times. We don't talk about it, though. You know, I want it to seem like it was flawless. I didn't practice in front of a mirror or anything.
Baka. Early Iron South Base. AFK Shame Corner.
Thank you to Venus of the Heart Cell, who resubscribed with Prime for 8 months and says, Joe out here delivering the hottest tea.
The hottest tea?
I think you said something kind of strong or controversial or whatever at
Right.
the time when that came out, and that was why it was, I don't remember what you said, but I remember there's something going on at the time.
Lolly's too cute. Can't afford bail. Pray for me, chat. I'm going to jail.
Thank you to Pig on the Moon, who resubscribed with Prime for 10 months. Lovely to see you, Pig on the Moon. I don't play favorites at all.
Thank you, Pig on the Moon.
Thank you to Mino Dev, who resubscribed with Prime for 7 months.
Thank you, Mina Dev.
And thank you to Rocker2196, who used 100 bits and says, Joe, you forgot the best waifu, Yuri from Doki Doki Lit Club. Did you know Yuri translates directly to Lily?
Did you know that I didn't forget her and I omitted her on purpose? I didn't forget. Yuri on Ice. Really? Who keeps calling the oil Gamer Girl P? If we do this again, should we turn the aliens off hostile? Is it better to play without the aliens on hostile?
Dragon555 used 50 bits. It says, are dragon girls real dragons?
No, they're just cosplaying. I'll allow it though. Actually, I won't. The whole thing, girl, you know, is kind of creepy and kind of weird. The only two that are acceptable are cat girls and bunny girls. Those are the only two that are acceptable, because the bunny girl is like the Playboy bunny, and the cat girl is such a huge thing in Japan. So, you know, I'll look the other way. I'll allow it. You know, those are the only two that are allowed. Would you agree, Lily?
I like to say on Discord that I'm a dragoness because of my picture. That's a girl dragon.
But that's not what they're talking about. That's a girl dragon, not a dragon girl.
That's true.
There's a difference. Is there another Patreon question? Are we halfway done or no? Because if we're not even halfway done, we should probably think about ending and resuming tomorrow night. But if we are over halfway done, we should probably keep going.
There's one.
How many pages are left?
We're not halfway done.
Okay. So let's do like one or two more, and then we'll probably call it a night. What time is it?
We're only on page 8 of 21.
It's 3 in the morning, so we've been at this for about 4 hours, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, funnily enough, the next person is Cat Girl. We're just talking about cat girls.
Okay. Hello, Cat Girl.
Hi, Joe. Excuse my English. They forced me to learn it at a very young age.
See? I really like that. That's good. Well done, Cat Girl.
Every time you go on Twitch, you get at least a dozen or 2 dozen subs. In addition to that, your viewer numbers have been hitting 1,000 plus with Danganronpa, and people give you tons of bits. Is the Patreon more than YouTube, more than Twitch still true?
So what Cat Girl's talking about is that a while ago someone asked me how does it compare income compared to Twitch. There's a lot of people that think that I don't do as much work for YouTube anymore because of the streams. And part of the argument that I shot back at that was that I actually don't make that much money streaming compared to the other ones. Viewership is up on Twitch, and I am making more on Twitch now than I was before when I said that. However, the other sources, YouTube also went up at the same time, but now it's gone back down again because it's been so long without a video coming out. So as it went up, so did YouTube, but now YouTube's dropped down a little bit because there's been no release. So if there was another release right now, if God of War was already done, it would almost hold true. But yeah, I think Twitch and YouTube ads are about the same right now, and Patreon is still significantly higher than them. Yeah. So that's what we're at right now. But if there had been a video out, I would imagine that it would still hold true that ads would probably be close to the same as Patreon, and Twitch would still be a little less than half than what they are. Yeah. It's still the same thing. Someone wrote a really angry comment on one of the streams on YouTube the other day, basically saying, this is what happens when people realize they can make money really easily and make an easy buck, and they stop doing the hard work and they start doing the easy work. I would say that streaming is actually in some ways streaming is harder than some of the other work that I do. It can definitely be more exhausting. But I understand where the sentiment's coming from. But then I replied to him, and I was courteous, and even though the guy was being a bit rude, and I said, if I wanted to make an easy buck, I would just monetize, the YouTube channel that I have that has almost 300,000 subscribers. I would put out a video every single week or one every 4 days, and I would load it up with ads, and I wouldn't bother putting a lot of video editing into it, and I would just milk that subscriber base dry. It would probably kill the channel long term, but I'm pretty sure I would get a good solid year or two of just an insane amount of income while also feeding into a career in streaming that is apparently easier. My viewership here and the followers I have here, it's not even 10% of what I have on YouTube. So I don't know. I'm not doing that, and I don't want to do that. I have no desire to do that. I still enjoy making the videos immensely, and I'm really looking forward to getting God of War done and then working on the next one. And I'm really looking forward to finally getting The Witcher done as well. And there are a lot of really big ideas that I want to do that I've been planning for a while now. There's a couple projects that I really want to do just for myself. But yeah, I don't really put that many ads on my stuff, I get some people that complain, I put too many ads on the streams that go up on YouTube, and they're complaining. I put an ad every 1 hour and 30 minutes. So, but it depends on the video length, but usually it's 80 to 90 minutes I put an ad, and there are people that put an ad on their videos every 5 to 10 minutes. I don't run any ads on Twitch. if you get an ad when you're watching me, it's because Twitch is running it when you first join, or there's something wrong. I don't even know how to run an ad on Twitch. You know, like if it was just about all the money, I would just be doing that. Anyway, I said that much to the guy in the comment, and you know, he just deleted his comment, so mine would get deleted too. And then he scrolled down and left another comment on someone else's that said the same thing. So I don't know why I wasted my time, but yeah, it was pretty bad. But no, I understand where people are coming from, and they might see that time goes into streams and that must eat into the video time. But it's like I said on a Patreon post a while ago, and I said on Twitter as well. I'm a games critic. I'm not a game critic. You know, I have to play a lot of games. Streaming is a bit less efficient than playing games on my own, in my own time, but it's not that much less efficient. And I am also providing content and entertainment for people who like the streams, and also want content in between the videos that go on the main channel. But if I stopped streaming, I would still be playing games constantly because I have to. Because I have to have, you know, the experience, and I have to have the knowledge of what's going on. I would say that it was getting to be a pretty big flaw in the first year of the channel, maybe early on in the second year of the channel, that there were a lot of games coming out that I wasn't playing because I was too busy trying to scramble to meet so many video deadlines, and I got really behind on a lot of games. And it's important to do that as someone who's in my position. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but I think it does. Yeah, I don't know. I feel really under fire about that sort of thing, and I definitely understand where it's coming from. I'm not saying you're doing that, Cat Girl, by the way. I want to make that clear. I don't. This is just Cat Girl has asked, and that's triggered this response. I'm not reading that question into Cat Girl's question. I think Cat Girl is just curious how the if the money's changed with the viewership, you know, doubled with Danganronpa. But that's probably just because Danganronpa was an event. Next time we do a stream of a game in the middle of the day, it'll probably be back to the number it was before, which is about 400 to 500. But I understand where people are coming from, and a lot of people prefer the videos to the streams, but there are actually a few people that prefer the streams to the videos now, and there are people who have even pledged support on Patreon for the streams more than the videos. So, like, I do still think the video should take priority over the streams, and that's my first goal. But considering that I have to play a lot of games, and there are times where I play games that I think I'm going to make a video on, and I don't make a video on it, streaming is still going to take quite a lot of my time, because that's just doubling up with my video game time anyway. Yeah. I don't know. It may sound kind of bad that I'm saying this when the God of War video is so past due, but that's mostly because of the move. Like, it took up so much time. I wanted that video to be done way earlier, and we were just gearing up to go and enter final phase of that, and then suddenly we had to move, and here we are. Did Cat Girl have more of a question, or?
Does she have another question?
Okay.
Not really a question, but now that you know what Danganronpa 1 is like, one thing I like to get people to do is, right after the prologue, after you meet all the characters, go through the entire list of characters and mark if you think they will live, get murdered, or become blackened, purely based off of their looks and initial personality. I find that it's very interesting to see what types of people they like. Will you do that for me in SDR2 and V3?
If you remind me, just in case, but I really like that idea. That's a really good idea. I think I would have been really wrong if I'd done that in the first game. I don't want to say what I would have done, because there might be people that haven't watched the VODs or haven't played the game and want to. But yeah, there are definitely people that I expected to become blackened that weren't. There were definitely some people I thought were going to be dead that weren't. I think that's an interesting thing to an interesting thing to do. Yeah, I'll try and remember to do that.
Thanks again for the entertaining streams. I appreciate you always answering my Twitch and Discord questions. And thanks for putting in the time after the streams to work on your tertiary job of making YouTube videos. Love you, Lily. Thank you, Cat Girl.
Thank you, Cat Girl. You here to criticize my driving some more, Gabby? Yeah? You here? You guys really made like a big sprawling factory in this time, by the way. I'm really impressed by how much was done in such a short amount of time. Like it's just nuts. If we do this again, let me know what settings I should use, if there are better settings. This was the first time I ever played Factorio multiplayer. And I don't know if you want the server to stay active until, like, we're probably going to answer one or two more patrons questions and then we'll be done for the night. But I don't know if you want the server to stay active and we'll continue it tomorrow, or if you want to start a fresh server with different rules tomorrow, or maybe this has run its course and I should do another game. But I don't know. It's like, let me know on Discord what you guys want.
Thank you to Naka, who subscribed. Thank you, Naka.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to continue with this? Looks like a longish one, but
sure. If it's really long, then I'll be the last one that we do. I think we're getting a bit tired, and I feel like chat is getting a bit tired and waning a bit as well. So if it's a long one, this will be a good place to stop afterwards. But I'm good to go for at least one more.
Florian B says, "Hey Joe, hey Lily, I hope everyone is healthy and feeling great in your new home in New Bergenworth, Brunswick."
Bergenworth is from Bloodborne.
Okay.
That's actually pretty good. Bergenworth, yeah, that's good.
Don't know why I really think of it when I hear Brunswick, although Hemwick would be closer, right?
Yeah.
At Lily. To backtrack to last time and the 13 Reasons Why question, it was incredibly interesting to hear you talk about the show from your perspective. I just wanted to say that the suicide scene was the most gruesome thing I ever saw in any medium. I really felt sick, like physically sick afterwards, and I have never gotten into contact with anything regarding depression or suicide myself. I could relate very much with what you said about thinking about the scene days after. I remember saying to my girlfriend, that was one of the most moving shows I've ever watched, and I don't want to see it ever again. Thank you so much for your answer. The second season is adding a lot of ambiguity and depth to the story, and I can recommend it.
Really? Oh, that's interesting.
That's good. I'm planning on watching it.
Sorry, that was for Lily, so I shouldn't.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, but really, I'm surprised. You should watch it.
I'm planning to watch it. I started rewatching The Killing before we moved. I really like the first two seasons, so I've been watching that again. But maybe when I'm done with that, then I'll start watching it. I started watching this back in May, so I'm still... By the time the kids go to sleep and stuff, there's not a whole lot of time. Sometimes I'll watch like half an episode. I don't even get through a full episode of something. I stop partway through, so it takes me a lot longer now. But yeah, I'm glad that you thought it was interesting. I still think about that show sometimes. And like I said before, I think that was intentional, that they made it so gruesome and so disturbing on purpose. I hope it was anyway. I think it was, but I hope it was somewhat of a deterrent that they did it like that. I think so. They didn't have to show it the way they showed it, but they did. So here are the questions. In your Dark Souls 2 video, you said that you will not be spending money on Scholar of the First Sin because you think it's a big ripoff.
Mm-hmm.
I did get your point back then, with still being sad because I thought it had some good additions and changes. But now, you traitor, bought Dark Souls 1 Remastered. How could you? Serious now. How on earth could you discard
Scholar of the First Sin.
Yeah, so easily, and with you then buying the biggest fucking mega ripoff anyways. Smiley face.
Is that done?
Yeah.
Well, because I bought Scholar of the First Sin 2 days after putting that video up on YouTube. I realized that I'm not. That was quite a big moment for me. Was when I realized I'm not a consumer anymore. I run the channel. I'm a critic. I stumbling on the word there. I'm not just someone who plays the games, like, so I can't really do decisions like that, yeah. So it has to be really, really, really bad for it to justify a boycott, because I responsibility is too strong of a word, but I should be the one that if something's a ripoff, I should still buy it to let everyone know. You know what I mean? So yeah, I got Scholar. I got the that version a couple days afterwards, and I played through it. There's probably a YouTube comment there somewhere where I explained what happened. I don't know what video is on. It might be that video that I spoke about. What is this droning hum in the background? Is that the fridge? Think so?
I just hear Chloe. Chloe's behind me, so I just hear Chloe.
The dog is making noise, and there's a fridge too.
The fridge is really old.
The fridge needs to be
really loud.
It needs to be replaced. It gets really hot too. Anyway, so yeah, I got Skull of the First Sin. I played through it, and I prefer the original. I think that that there are parts of the Skull of the First Sin that were interesting, and I really like the idea of a remix. And I like that a lot, but mostly I prefer the placements in the original, and I'm surprised that people like Skull of the First Sin so much when they also hated Dark Souls 2 base game. So I'm surprised about that. Maybe it's because that's the first time they played the DLC, and that helps them out because the DLC is so good. But I don't know. I'm surprised. Yeah. So sorry. Not a hypocrite this time. The Dark Souls remaster was a really big cash grab though, yeah. And again, I got it to see, to confirm for myself that there wasn't much in it. And even though as a consumer I looked at that and went, oh god, no, but I needed to confirm for myself that there was nothing new going on in there. Yeah. I think the one thing I will do though, and I will draw the line on, is that I'm not playing No Man's Sky. I'm not doing the update. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I'm simultaneously really happy that Hello Games worked so hard to fix it, but at the same time, unlike Shammy, I really can't forgive. Like I just, they could have just taken the money and ran away and not done anything, but isn't it really, it's a lot easier to do the work after you already have all the money and have all the resources, and how much is it really costing to improve the game this way? It's so easy to buy back the goodwill, and I don't know. I don't think that it's deserved at all. But maybe I'm being too stubborn. I don't know. Anyway, next question.
To get back to a point I made earlier, New Brunswick Charnelane, with Arette as final boss, would be over the range as far as I'm concerned.
That's so many memes in one. Good job. Well done.
What are your thoughts on Sekiro so far? My god, I'm so incredibly hyped for it. I'm so glad that Miyazaki made a completely new game. I read in an older interview with him that he doesn't like franchises, and I couldn't agree more. After just replaying the whole Soulsborne series, I even realized that the outstanding mechanics can just be found in the new games. Demon Souls, World Tendencies, Dark Souls 1, Vagrants, Estus, Bonfires, Kindling, Bloodborne, Chalice Dungeons, Insight. Sorry for drifting away, so this is why I am so hyped. I cannot wait for the new crazy stuff from will come up with. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are to be a little more hesitant, as I am excited and I am looking forward to playing it, but I've been burned by hype so many times. I'm pretty sure that the last thing that I got really hyped for that killed it for me forever was BioShock 1. I'm pretty sure that was it. I mean, I get excited and I look forward to games. I'm looking forward to Sekiro. I'm eager to play it. You know, if I could play it right now, I would. But BioShock, I was so hyped for, and I was watching the trailers, and I was so excited, and I read developer interviews, and I watched interviews as well, and I was like, this game's gonna be so great, and I played it, and I'm pretty sure that I didn't like it mostly because of my crazy high expectations, and that I spoiled a good portion of that game for myself. I would be double hesitant to believe anything that From says in any of their interviews or anything like that. Not only because there are translation issues often, but also I couldn't go back and confirm this without spending hours on Google, and I don't even know if I could find them again, but I am 98% certain that for Dark Souls 2 and 3, and I'm less sure about Bloodborne, but I'm way more certain about Dark Souls 2 and 3, that there was stuff in interviews that was said that turned out to be complete and utter bullshit. Just complete wrong. I remember reading something about Dark Souls 2, them telling people that it's not going to have iframes. There's no iframes in Dark Souls 2. Good luck. That's the big change that we're doing. So I would be hesitant to believe anything that they're saying. They're saying it's a really big departure from Dark Souls. It's going to be really, really different. But yet you look at the footage and it's like, okay, well, it looks quite similar in terms of perspective. It's a third-person action game with melee combat. There's a death mechanic that implies that you're going to be dying a lot. In interviews, they say it's supposed to be harder than Dark Souls. They bring up Dark Souls in their interviews, and probably the interviewer themselves are bringing it up at the same time. I would be hesitant. I love From. I love their games, but I would just take a little pinch of salt, with everything that they say. My bigger recommendation is that you've seen the announcement trailer. Don't fucking read anything and don't watch anything else until the game comes out, and that's it. It's harder to do that because sometimes you're just scrolling through a news site and you just see a fucking headline. Like the information I know about it is from headlines. I know that there's apparently supposed to be a different progression system to it, or people discussing it on Discord. That's a bad place to get spoiled as well. I know there's supposed to be a different progression system to it, that there's not going to be traditional stats and everything. If that's true and that's how it works, I'm looking forward to seeing how that functions and if it will be good. I would like a interconnected world that has much faster and more in-depth combat. I don't want it to be faster than Bloodborne or not much faster than Bloodborne. I want there to be I want there to be a jump button. I want there to be more movement options and more attack combo options. And I really like the idea that a lot of the increases in power that you'll get will be like Doom instead of like Dark Souls, where Dark Souls you find a weapon and it's just side grade because you have to upgrade it and you have to enhance it and build into it and everything. Or you have to get souls and upgrade them and go back and make the decision, whereas Sekiro might have the system where you explore a side area and at the end of it you just get a power up that just immediately increases how much damage you do with your attacks no matter what. That sounds like a lot of fun to me, and you get to decide if you want to spend the time exploring to build that up, and then the developers can balance the game around whether or not people explore a lot. That sounds fun for me. I saw in the trailer that there's some sort of hook shot. The bosses look to be fairly dynamic, but it's a trailer. Look what the trailers of Dark Souls 2 were like, right? So I don't know. I'm saying I don't know a lot tonight. I'm sorry. Um, I'm looking forward to it. I think it will be good. I'm trying not to really think about much about my expectations because I don't want that to ruin it. When is it coming out? Is it next year? My biggest hope is that they've been working on it for a while, and this is a game that they took 2 years to make instead of one, or 4 years to make instead of two. You know what I mean? Like I hope it will be more polished and will have had more time in the oven.
Last one. I really loved your What Remains of Edith Finch video, and I was really, really caught by your interpretation of Edie, but I missed something. While playing it before watching your video, I had a thought going around in my mind. I was certain that you would address it in some way in the video. Maybe I have just been inattentive and missed it, but I wanted to ask anyway. My thought was that this game is an extreme opposite of what is currently popular in games, at least that's how I perceive it. To avoid a boring list, I will just say it is all about quality rather than being about quantity. They put so much effort in building this detailed house that it was despite its surrealism, a believable place. With copy-paste open world being en vogue at the moment, it felt extremely refreshing. With Lewis's story,
I would agree with that, yeah.
They actually tried really hard to use the interactive medium as a storytelling tool. Many games don't even bother to do that. It just felt like a game that really sent a big middle finger to the AAAs and showed them that you can do it in another way. Sorry, the quality quantity thing is making me furious. Why didn't you include something about that, or am I just completely insane here and seeing things that are not there? Have fun and keep up the great work. You are the best.
You're not completely insane. You're not seeing things that aren't there, but I think you may have missed something in the video, or maybe I wasn't clear enough because I'm pretty sure I pointed out that the interactivity in Lewis's scene adds a lot of strength to it. I'm almost positive. I don't remember all my scripts. I don't remember everything I said in every single video. Usually after I'm done with a script, I am already sort of emptying it from my head. I spoke about it in the first question. Like, writing is a self-imposed period of madness, and for me, and as soon as it's done, it's like juggling for a really, really long time, and then as soon as it's done, you get to let all the balls drop, and that's what I do at the end of script writing. It begins even then, a bunch of shit just gets deleted because it's just too much to keep in my head. Because I'm just not that smart, unfortunately. So I'm pretty sure I did mention that in the video. Yeah, that's the strongest part of the game. Well, I say game, and here we go again. It's one of the best examples of interactivity and storytelling being met in the interactive medium, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. If I didn't say it, then that's a pretty big flaw in the video, and I wish that I had included it, because yeah, it's you through a very, very simple set of interactions, you essentially become Lewis, and no other medium could have made that happen, and it's unique to video I don't want to say game, to interactive entertainment, and it is very much valid. It's more valid than many games and many sections in games, and it is hauntingly beautiful. It is one of the strongest moments in something like that I've ever had, I think. I'm trying very hard not to spoil it in case anyone hasn't watched the video or played it. So, yeah, I would I would highly recommend it. Yeah. So I'm sorry if I didn't, or I'm sorry if I wasn't clear enough when I said it. It's been a while since I watched that one back. But yeah, it's definitely a strong part of it. I wonder how unrealistic it would be to expect larger games to have that same level of detail that house did. Uncharted does it sometimes with their environments. I just wonder how much money would it cost to have a small team within your big development house that's only job is to go through every single environment in the game and to add a unique touch to it. Because I know World of Warcraft is actually surprisingly good at that with the amount of touches that they put in their scenes. So I wonder what kind of cost is associated with that. I'm not sure. Sorry, that's all I can say about that.
So that was into that one.
That's it?
Yep. So we're about halfway now.
Okay, let me see.
We're on page 11 of 21 now.
Okay, so we have. We can do this one quickly, because it's gonna take 30 seconds. So I'm very sorry to this person, but it's gonna take like 30 seconds. I'll read this one.
Suit yourself.
Give Lily's voice a rest. Jamie S asks, "Hello Joe, congrats on the move and everything. Thanks. Quick little game opinion-y thing. Have you ever played Borderlands 2, and what's your opinion on it? Also, have you played League of Legends, and if so, what role, rank, and main?" I have not played Borderlands, so Borderlands 1 or 2 or the prequel thing or whatever, anything like that. I haven't played any of the Borderlands games, so I cannot answer that. Sorry, I haven't. I think that this question has been asked in every single Q&A, hasn't it?
There's been a lot of Borderlands ones, I know that.
I think almost every single Q&A someone has asked, what's your opinion on Borderlands?
Before the Q&A, like on just regular streams, it's been asked too.
I wonder if it's a tradition. Someone takes the hit and says, okay, I have to be the one to ask about Borderlands. Have I played League of Legends? Yes. Do I play League of Legends? No. I have played it, I don't know how many hours. At least 20, maybe 50. Honestly, it could even be 100 hours in League of Legends. I have no idea how much I played it. I played it with friends, and I never played League just to play League. I played League to play with my friends. I was an AD carry for, if I played 100 matches, I was AD carry for 90 of them. Sometimes I was top lane, and that was I just went between those two. My most comfortable role was AD carry. My most played character was Jinx. I really liked Jinx, almost purely for her ult that so you can make really long distance shots across the map. I got quite a few really, really, really crazy shots landed and killed people for that. But apart from that, I was really bad at the game. I was not good at League of Legends at all. I didn't take it seriously. I just really played with my friends, and we just had a good time. Me and a buddy would go duo queue bot lane. I would be AD carry, they would be support, and when there was 3 of us, we would go duo queue bot lane, and the other person would go jungle, and that's how it would go with the 3 of us in the game. So I mained Jinx. I also played Ezreal a decent amount, but Jinx was my favorite. So when I went top, I was usually Malphite. That's the one. Malphite. I was usually Malphite. I got really annoyed playing top more than bot though, because I felt that top lane is pretty much dictated on whoever gets to pick their champion second for top lane, because you can just hard counter every single champion in the game in top lane, whereas bot lane, you have to. There's the There's the AD carry and the support. It's harder. It's harder to really hard counter it down there. Also, AD carries are usually really squishy, so the jungle and the mid lane assassin usually comes down and ganks more than they come up on top. That was my experience anyway, but like if you play League of Legends, you're probably rolling your eyes going, Joe thinks he can talk about League of Legends, what a fucking noob, because the game's probably changed by now, and even back then I didn't play it enough to really know. But yeah, Jinx. I even had her witchy mafia skin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Jinx is my league foo. Okay. So that's it. We will try and continue this tomorrow, but as always, no promises. We might have to cancel it if the kids do not sleep well, or if we don't sleep well. But yeah, we should be continuing tomorrow night at the same time. And I don't know, I'll talk on Discord on whether or not we're going to continue this server, or if we're going to make a new one, or if we're going to do something else instead. So let's just quickly, see what chat made. They made this power center here. Here are the iron mines. More power.
Yeah, it'll be about the same time.
Copper mines, the AFK corner. Massive amount of furnaces that I'm guessing trains were supposed to come in and load up, but that never really happened. Oh yeah, here it is. Solar panels. I don't know why we can't see this here. Is it because I've never gone here? I'm pretty sure I have gone here. Why is the map gone? That's kind of weird. Maybe it's because no one's there at the moment. I haven't played Factorio in a long time. I wanted to make a video on it when it properly came out, but it's just not coming out early access, is it? I thought it was gonna come out by now. I don't know. Maybe it has, and I missed it, but I thought for sure it'd be out by now. Maybe it came out while I was moving. I don't know. Owie smells. I disagree. The great rotating pyramid thing. Hi, welcome to GameStop.
Thank you to Ralph Clogs, who used 100 bits and says, "What happens when a frog's car breaks down?"
I don't know what happens when a frog's car breaks down.
It gets towed.
Oh god, that's your worst one.
I liked it.
Wow.
I got it, so instant points.
Wow. What's a weeb's favorite frozen treat?
I don't know.
A lolly.
I should have gotten that one. I was thinking ice cream.
Gold, Jerry, gold. Should I tell them? Should I tell them my neat joke? It doesn't really work in speech, but
I think it might have to be one of those ones you type because of the spelling.
But I think most of them will get it if I explain it first, because all great jokes need to be explained, right?
Yeah, especially before you tell them.
Don't tell it it's bad. You don't know shit, Seth. You don't know shit. Hey Joseph, I've been a Patreon boy for like 6 months or more. Love what you do. Keep it up, champ. Peace. Thanks. Thank you. I don't know if you asked a question, but if you want to ask a question for next one, please feel encouraged to do so.
I hope my video countdown will help you with your video schedule.
Okay.
And someone asked before, this is the same question again. Have you played Kentucky Route Zero?
No, I haven't. No. Sorry, I haven't.
The questions we were reading are from Patreon, but we take ones from chat too. We try. We can't do both all the time, but we try.
So a guy goes into a bar and he says to the bartender, "I'll have a martini, please. Neat. Neet." And the bartender says, "So just water?" And the guy says, "Yeah." It's so good. It's
Do you hear how he clapped for himself when he told it? Did you hear that?
It's so good. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Solo applause.
It's such a good joke.
It's like a stand-up comic's worst nightmare. That's just that single coming from the back of the room.
Oh man, you have to know what a neat is to get it.
Which I didn't. I had to have it explained.
See, someone in chat got it and they think it's funny.
Someone. How many people are in chat right now?
250.
Okay, so 249 people didn't get it.
Hey, some people just didn't say lol. Okay. They were too busy laughing.
Too busy laughing. Okay, I'll give you that. Too busy laughing.
They were too busy laughing.
And applauding.
That's when you know that your joke.
Too busy applauding to type.
The fewer lulls you get, the funnier the joke was, because they're too busy laughing. That's how you know. That's how you know.
I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. Like, the jokes are going right over my head now.
No, it's okay.
But we have to thank Dusty Bow, who used 100 bits, and says, "Went to the zoo the other day, saw a baguette in a cage. Zookeeper said it was bred in captivity." Okay, I got that one.
That's pretty good. It's not as good as the neat joke, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. You guys want to hear a really good zoo joke, though? You guys want to hear... Alright, it's time to stop. It's time to stop. Alright, thank you very much for P storage? What do you mean P storage? How is this P? Storage.
Okay. So if you have a drink that's neat, like if you order a scotch neat, then it's just a scotch with no ice in it. If you order scotch on the rocks, then it has ice in it. So the joke is that neat is like someone who's unemployed and you know, right? So they don't have any money. So in this case, he ordered the drink neat, N-E-E-T, not N-E-A-T. And he gets water because he can't afford the alcoholic beverage.
Yeah, that's just the joke.
Someone asked, they said they didn't get it.
Oh, okay.
They don't know anything about alcohol,
yeah,
so they missed the whole NEAT part.
That's the joke. Yeah, it's funny. It's good. It's a really good joke. If you know what a neat is, it's hilarious. It's such a good joke.
He made it up himself. Aren't you proud? I'm proud.
Of course, can't you tell? It's so fucking bad.
Ralph Clogs gave you 1 bit and said, "I think it's bad."
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you for stopping by, everybody. Thank you
really thank you for stopping by.
Also thank you if you played the game. Yeah. So let me know if you like this sort of thing, or if you and what you would like to see this continuing, and how you would like to see it continuing. If there's another game that you think this would be good, another game that we can do multiplayer, and I can just be passive while other people play it around me and make things interesting. I don't know if there's like some building project in Minecraft that people would want to do or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah. But yeah, that's it. I'm not gonna. I don't think I could. If I leave, the server will close. But I have no idea. But I'm gonna log out and we'll see what happens. if you guys want to continue playing, go for it. But I don't know if that's going to be a thing. Anyway, so we'll hopefully see you tomorrow at the same time. If not, it'll be the next day. Yeah. So yeah. Good night,
Good night,
everybody.
everybody.
Thank you very much.